Meeting of the Board of Education for March 30th, 2021 is called to order. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on has been posted on the PPS website under the Board and Meetings tabs. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28 and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. It is with great joy that we gather today, knowing that we've hopefully all have gotten a little bit of a break sometime in the last week during spring break and are renewed for the work ahead, the exciting work of welcoming our students back to campus. And we have a great deal today to celebrate as we do the work of the district together. And so we begin today with the board consent agenda. Board members, if there are any items you would like to pull, we'll set those aside for discussion and vote right after we vote on the rest of the consent agenda. But let's first ask Ms. Bradshaw, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
There are not.
Okay. Board members, are there any items you would like to pull from the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull 6273, but I don't have an interest in having, nor is it appropriate to have a discussion. I just don't want it with the, I want to vote on it separately.
Okay, so we'll pull 6273 from the consent agenda. Any other items to pull from the consent agenda? All right, do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Director Constam moves and Director DePass seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda? All right, Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
The board will now vote on resolutions 6270 through 6272 and 6274. We are not voting on 6273. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, sorry. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting.
Yes.
All right. Julia, would you like to now address resolution 6273?
Yeah, we can just go ahead and vote on it. It's because it's a settlement. I don't think I have any comments.
Okay.
It would be appropriate.
Okay. The board will, I need a motion and a second for 6273.
So moved. Second.
Director Bailey moves and Director Scott seconds 6273. Is there any board discussion on this? And I'm assuming no public comment, Ms. Bradshaw. All right, the board will now vote on resolution 6273. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no.
No.
Are there any abstentions? The consent agenda is resolution 6273 is approved by a vote of 6-1 with Student Representative Shu voting.
I'll abstain.
All right, thank you, Student Representative Shu. We turn now to student and public comment. And before we begin, I'd like to review our guidelines for comment. The board thanks the community for taking the time to attend this meeting and for providing your comments. Public input informs our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. Our responsibility as a board is to actively listen. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you would like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment@pps.net. Please make sure when you begin your comment that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and you will hear a sound after 3 minutes, which means it is time to conclude your comments. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have anyone signed up for student or public comment tonight?
We do. Start with Joe McFerrin.
Hey, Joe. There we go.
Can you hear me? All right, my name is Joe McFerrin, McFerrin, and I'm the second. Chair Lowry and members of the PPS School Board, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As I mentioned, I live in the city of Portland. I serve as president and CEO of POIC in the Rosemary Anderson High School. For over 30 years, POIC has contracted with PPS to serve predominantly African-American high school students who are struggling in the public school system, some of whom are involved with the justice system, and most are impacted by poverty and community violence. First, I want to commend the board, Superintendent Guerrero, and district staff for your ongoing support of local community-based alternative schools. Throughout the pandemic, you have helped to ensure we have access to technology, PPE, and more to support the students and families we serve. Second, I want you to know that community-based alternative schools are working around the clock, as I know public schools are as well, to make sure we open schools safely and in alignment with district, state, and CDC guidelines. Some alternative schools are even replacing ventilation systems, moving walls, while all are searching diligently to secure sometimes hard to find face masks, shields, sanitizer, and other PPE materials. Third, I ask that you seriously consider the request we shared with Superintendent Guerrero and the board on March 1st. This request addresses important issues around equity and ensures alternative schools are well positioned to achieve success among many of our most barriered students. Last, I would like to request that contracted alternative schools be included in the development of general safety plans created by the district. Our community has been experiencing record levels of violence over the past year, including exponential increases in gun violence. This year so far, there have been 21 homicides and 16 are gun related. Since COVID began, POIC has lost 8 program participants to gun violence, and we are not alone. All of our schools have been impacted by the disturbing levels of gun violence. Over the next few weeks, I will be extending an invitation to board members DePass, Comstam, and Bailey to sit in on our street level outreach meetings so they can learn more about what POIC is doing in partnership with other CBOs and law enforcement to reduce youth violence. Our staff members are on the streets every day interacting with youth, and we can offer an important perspective as you develop much needed safety plans. My hope is that PPS will continue to support and stand behind community-based alternative schools as you have done so in the past years. This means continuing to assist our COVID response efforts, saying yes to the proposal we shared with you on March 1st, and including us in the district's safety planning. Thank you for your time. I look forward to our continued work together as we help Portland's diverse and capable students succeed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
you.
Mr. McFerrin.
Chair
Chair Lowry,
Yeah.
I'd like to raise a question of personal privilege, if I could, to respond to Mr. McFerrin now, as opposed to when I do my report out from the Charter and Alternative Programs Committee, since while he's still here, if that's all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McFerrin, for joining us. As you may know, I've been talking with Karina Wolf about these issues, and we your issues that you and your colleagues from our other alternative schools have raised in your letter are top of our agenda for our next meeting, which we're working to set. We've taken a pause after our approval of our charters since the district was all hands on deck for just school reopening. But at our next meeting, I want you to know that that's our first order of business. And also that we will also be discussing how the district is working with our regional partners on community violence prevention efforts. I sat in on the Office of, on the Community Peace Collaborative and the Office of Violence Prevention meetings last week. And the district is getting engaged on several different levels there. And of course, your team from POIC, we're reporting on what you're doing on the ground. So we want to just be able to connect the dots so that as a large institution, we're doing as much as we can, and we're working as efficiently and as collaboratively with our partners around the region as we can. So we'll have a chance to talk more about those at our next meeting within the next 2 to 3 weeks of the Charter and Alternative Programs Committee, and just appreciate everything you've done and continuing to bring these issues to our attention.
Thank you. And again, just please feel free to call on me or others if we can be supportive in any way, shape, or fashion.
Yeah, and I want to say also thank you, Director Constam, and also Mr. McFerrin, just for reporting out on how your community is experiencing the uptick in gun violence in our community. And I'm curious, you probably already have a representative attending the IPAC, the Interfaith Peace and Action Committee meetings that happen every Friday at the police precinct on Killingsworth and MLK. Those are, but I'm wondering if the district has a representative at those meetings. They're every Friday. They alternate between very criminal justice people from the DA's office, et cetera, and first responders to violence, and families that have been impacted that are also like turned to volunteers. It's a great meeting to attend, and a lot of work happens in those meetings. I'm just curious if we have somebody on board to attend, one more meeting Friday mornings at about, I think they're from 9 to 11 or so. But might be nice to have some representation from PPS there, because our kids are impacted.
I'm not sure if it's the same, but if I can share out the notes from the Community Peace Collaborative, which meets on Friday mornings. They do, Nike Green does great notes, and I can share those, Director DePass, with you and with the rest of the board, and POIC is totally integrated into that.
Yeah, excellent. And that is exactly the meeting that I was referring to. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. McFerrin, for all the work you do.
Can we circulate the letter to the rest of the board that came across with the request?
Yes, we will make sure the rest of the board gets that letter. Thank you. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have any further public comment?
Yes. We have Vana Rainwater.
Hi, folks. I'm Vina Rainwater. My last name is Rainwater. Rigler elementary parents have brought forward concerns about principal retention to PPS leadership for many years. We recognize that Rigler receives equity funds and is staffed more generously to meet our student needs. We're grateful for that, and we know that the only way to succeed is with stable leadership. Without stable leadership, resources and energy are wasted. And waste is what I want to highlight in 4 ways. First, the 2014 report from the Carnegie Institute titled Churn, the High Cost of Principal Turnover states, conservative estimates of the cost to develop, hire, and onboard each principal is $75,000. For Rigler alone, that would be at least $525,000 over the past 7 years that PPS has had to spend to replace principals. This does not include the cost of replacing teachers and other staff that turn over when a principal leaves. Second, the Secretary of State 2019 audit report discussed high expenditures on various school programs that are never evaluated for efficacy. We've heard consistently that Wriggler gets all the programs, but who evaluates if they are working? As a collective of parents that includes many with over a decade of experience at Wriggler, we know that many of these programs are not working. Without longevity in leadership and regular inspection, these programs lead to more waste. Third, community and parent involvement is built through relationships. These efforts are discouraged, wasted, and burnt out by lack of continuity in school leadership. And finally, the most important point can be seen again in a quote from the Carnegie Institute report. Students achieve less, both in math and reading, during the first year after leader turnover, and schools that experience principal churn year after year realize serious cumulative negative effects on students, a condition that is exacerbated for schools serving underprivileged students. And here's the real tragedy: the waste of our kids' potential. The allocated equity funds at Wriggler are not going to get Wriggler students where they need to be for success in middle school, high school, and for healthy lives without further investment in administrative retention. Wriggler's Padres Unidos PTA has outlined 5 demands in our March 5th letter. We've yet to receive any meaningful response to demands 3, 4, and 5, which relate directly to recommendation 19 in the Secretary of State audit. Prioritize development and stability of effective principals by providing incentives and additional support, particularly at high poverty schools. What has been done so far has not worked. The dozens of messages that have reached your inboxes show that our community allies and partners know the urgency of stability for Wriggler. These include the voices of parents organizing to reform the deep inequities that riddle PPS, as well as voices of community members, including State Representative Tana Sanchez, who shared her experience as the foster parent of Wriggler students and called on the district to ensure greater stability for our school. We need meaningful and rapid change. We need you to make this happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradshaw, who is our next public commenter?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't get the timer to turn off. Apologize for that. But you heard it this time. That's a good start. We have Bob Staten.
Hello, Mr. Staten, are you there? I can see your picture. Oh, great.
There we go. Could have a camera. Turn on the camera, you'll see the camera.
We
Anyway.
can see your picture, which is fine, or you are welcome to turn on the camera if you would like to do so.
Let me see if I got it here. Just no video. Here we go.
There we go.
There we go. There I am. My name is Bob Staton, Stayton. I have a message here for the Superintendent Guerrero on the board. The Grant High School Alumni Association mission statement includes developing alumni interest and support for Grant High School. This has enabled both Grant High School and the Grant Alumni Association to work in partnership over the years, and trust is developed between us as we both realize benefits from this partnership. That trust has now been broken by the actions of the former Grant principal, the superintendent, the administration, and the PPS board. As plans for rebuilding of Grant were being developed, the William T. Fletcher Memorial murals were designated to be kept, but their restoration was not funded. Former Principal Carol Campbell and the PPS administration welcomed our initiative to fund the mural restoration. The Alumni Association was proud to partner with the Grant people and demonstrate the sincerity of our commitment towards the school and its students. In less than 6 months, over 600 alumni and community members, including a matching grant from the Leo Lester Brown Fund, donated almost $225,000, a significant reflection of the support for the mural restoration by the Grant community. When we became aware of the opposition to the mural restoration, we expected, having raised the necessary funds and as a partner and significant stakeholder in Grant, to be able to meet with the superintendent and staff to discuss the project, explore ways to reduce the opposition and or modify the murals. Alas, that did not happen. Our request to meet with the superintendent was met with silence. Our initiatives to meet with board members yielded only 3 members responding. We felt locked out of the discussion. We were ignored. Our thoughts were not wanted. Carl Heckner, the artist who designed and painted the Ideals of Education murals, was an advocate for social justice. It seems ironic that these murals showing students striving toward knowledge and wisdom, Ulysses S. Grant signifying the end of slavery, Susan B. Anthony advocating women's rights, and the peaceful coming together of Native Americans and pioneers would be thought today to be repugnant. The title proclaims these as ideals, connoting excellence not yet achieved. With no mural restoration, the $100,000 donated by our primary benefactor will be lost to the school, to the district, and especially to the students at Grant, because any excess funds left after the mural restoration were dedicated for scholarships, grants, or purchases of equipment to enhance the music programs at Grant. The trust in the current administration and the PPS board by the Alumni Association and community members supporting the mural restoration is broken. We were overwhelmed and encouraged with the financial support received for the purpose of helping Grant. We now have the unfortunate task of telling those supporting the ideals of education that this team is no longer valued by Portland Public Schools. We have begun refunding and redirecting the balance of the donations. The Alumni Association fears that our appeals for contributions from the alumni and the Grant community will not be met with enthusiasm in the future. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes who we have signed up for tonight.
Thank you all for your public comment. Feel free to connect with our board manager, Roseanne Powell, if you have something specifically you want to follow up with the board or board office. Normally we would hear now from Student Representative Shu, but he let me know earlier that he does not have a report for tonight. So we move directly on to Superintendent Guerrero. And I know that you have a lot to report on tonight, Superintendent.
Good evening, directors. Yes, and we're going to keep it focused on the main entree of the week, and that's welcoming back our students, or at least our youngest scholars. So just a few snapshots, because I think as we're on the eve of reopening schools. Kara, do you have the deck?
I'm working on it, sorry.
I think it's important that we appreciate all the folks that have gotten us to this point, and I wanted to make sure to call that out. And Kara, I've just shared with you the deck.
I have it, I just can't get it into present mode.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Where's Roseanne? Ah.
So it is a big week for us. It's a week that's been more than a year in the making. I think 12 months ago when we shut down to deal with, at the time, what was appearing to be a fast-moving virus, we didn't know how long it was going to be the case that our campuses would be closed. It's true. We thought it was going to be an extended spring break. That didn't turn out to be the case. And we had to quickly pivot and think about how we were going to continue to deliver instruction to our students. And it's not just about delivering instruction, it's also about delivering meals and technology and access to other materials that our students need. And that was something in the, call it the early days, that we really needed to apply our attention and our energies to. We weren't sure how we were going to meet all those expectations, our academic obligations, and importantly also sustain the social, emotional health of our students, who oftentimes really depend on our schools as hubs for those supports. So that was then. If we do a little flashback here, I think you'll recall some of these headlines. The next slide. So we did improvise. We had to innovate, just like every other school system in America. The good thing is we've had a dedicated group of staff across the district who've continued to work in our buildings from home on the myriad of issues that have come up as we transitioned through all the various phases during this pandemic for us as a school district. And so I know I've thanked them before, and I can't thank them enough, but I do want to recognize our employees because throughout our district, they've been essential. in every respect. So they quickly adopted, in some cases, the safety protocols that we needed so that they could do their work safely. They adapted to these fast-moving conditions, oftentimes rather fluid in the guidance that we had, changing guidance from our scientific community, which is still ongoing as our country learns more about this coronavirus. And so our staff have worked countless hours on problems that none of us have actually encountered before, and hopefully we won't ever see something like this ever again. So I'm thinking of nutrition services teams who continue to produce and distribute meals at curbside. I'm thinking of transportation workers who help to get meals and learning materials to our students. I'm thinking of support staff who help students and staff connect their technology. Our instructional teams who overnight pivoted to distance learning, our creative and dedicated educators, and so many others who made efforts and implemented changes, big and small, that kept our students at the center. All of this effort, all these extraordinary individuals deserve our thanks and our respect. They didn't treat this lockdown as a chance to check out. They engaged, they were professional, they worked, and they worked really hard. And as we gradually began to reintroduce students and staff to campus through limited in-person opportunities, athletics, and performing arts, our talented people in the organization gave us confidence that they would figure out how to serve our students no matter what. They were flexible, they adapted, and they proved yet again why PPS is such a special place. So I want to thank them personally for their hard work and professionalism and for helping us meet our mission as an organization and as a community as we confronted this historic pandemic. We've asked a lot of them, and in return, we've tried to be the best employer we can be, one worthy of their efforts. If you recall, last spring and throughout this school year, we immediately and aggressively reduced and paused spending to protect positions wherever possible. We recognize that COVID created unprecedented challenges and needs for our staff, particularly those whose work remained on site throughout the pandemic, and we've been creative in finding responsive solutions. We made the most of changed conditions to creating additional student and family supports, like drivers delivering curriculum and meals, and accelerating work on projects, particularly in our facilities, all the while keeping people working. We instituted immediate and ongoing COVID safety measures, including offering PPE that have kept our staff safe from COVID from the beginning. We facilitated school staff access to vaccines and to vaccine information. And we worked with childcare providers to offer increased childcare access to all employees and a childcare stipend to all on-site staff, which I know our directors are considering. As you know, and it states in our vision, we all play a supportive role. We're all educators in that sense. And we, Portland Public Schools, are also one of the region's largest employers. I'm proud of our people, and I'm proud of how we have prioritized taking care of them, as we have with our students and our families. And that brings us to this week. I know directors will be joining us in our excitement to safely reopen for hybrid learning. For many students this week, it will be their very first day in a classroom, and we want to make that moment as memorable and happy as possible. So we've been working very hard for several weeks to prepare, addressing and reinforcing health and safety protocols, adjusting staffing and bus routes, ramping up our communication and family engagement efforts. And we're focused on all students. That includes those students who will continue their learning virtually in our distance learning program, as well as those students participating in our hybrid model. But even with all the planning, we need to be prepared for the unexpected. Under the best of circumstances, the first day of in-person instruction every year has generally gone rather smoothly, but oftentimes with a surprise or an unexpected wrinkle, and we tend to mobilize and iron that out rather quickly. So no differently, we will work through any issue that may arise. Staff will be monitoring and responding to needs as we reopen our schools, and we'll take care to focus on what matters most, a safe welcome back to our buildings. One of our graduate portrait qualities includes resilience, adapting to life's complex challenges. It also states in our vision, ensuring a culture of physical and emotional safety as one of our educational system shifts, and joyful learning as one of our core values. So I'm asking each of our school communities to plan for a fun and special day, whether it's this Thursday or Friday, next Monday, or later this month. These will also be days when we will all be learning some new routines intended to keep us all safe. So I want to thank everyone in advance for your patience and understanding. There is great joy with the first day of school and sometimes a hiccup or two to work out, but overall, we expect a positive welcome back for most of our students. I know that they have been waiting for this day too. I'm looking forward to these first days, and I want to appreciate directors for joining me in schools across the district and saying hello and welcome back to staff and students. And directors, that concludes my report for this evening. I know we're going to hear some more details a little later on the agenda with our update on reopening. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Guerrero. I know that I am excited to get to be in a school building and welcome students on Thursday. This is going to be great. Definitely something I've missed in my work as a school board member is those school site visits and getting to interact with our amazing students. We move now on to the work of the board, our committee and conference reports. So we do those in alphabetical order, just to have an order, no real reason other than that. And we start first with our audit committee with Director Brim Edwards as chair.
Good evening. We, out of respect for all of staff's time to get ready for the reopening of schools, we canceled our audit committee meeting next week. But that doesn't mean that auditing is not happening. And I want to thank our two auditors for arranging this morning an opportunity for members of the audit committee and the student reps to join them at a walkthrough at Ida B. Wells Barnett. Right now, the auditors, as per our audit plan, are reviewing alignment and adherence to building health and safety plans. And they have a schedule between now and year in to visit dozens of schools to right now to review the LIPI learning that's happening during LIPI and then later during hybrid. But I want to thank Parker, Jackson, and Nathaniel for joining us this morning, and also to the Wilson staff. I'm sorry, it's going to take a while to reprogram after 50 something years. The Ida B. Wells Barnett staff for welcoming us to the building and walking us through the current health and safety procedures they have in place for LIPI learning, and then how they're going to adjust for a lot more students as they move into hybrid. But I recommend any board member to, if you have a chance over the next couple of weeks to join them, it gives you some insights on the things they're looking for, the things that our schools are doing to make sure that when we reopen for hybrid, that the schools are healthy and safe for our staff, our students, and families. So that is the majority of our work, and we'll meet again in May. The one other thing of note is that we just had a second opening for the community position open up on the audit committee, and already Director DePass and Director Bailey and I have talked about reopening the process and securing new members from the community to join the audit committee. We'll be sending around the application form to the rest of the board. So if you have individuals that you think would be good additions as community members, please encourage them to fill that out. So more to come.
Thank you, Director Brim-Edwards. Director DePass, do you have anything from the School Improvement Bond Committee?
My news is that we do have a meeting this Wednesday at 5:30 of the School Improvement Bond Committee. We're following a work plan model. I'm looking for the agenda right now, and unfortunately can't find it. It's buried in my inbox, but that meeting is 5:30 to 7. And please attend if you're interested in what's going on there. Thanks.
CBRC, Director Moore? I lost you, Rita. I was like, she's not on this call anymore. So.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and you're right below my box. I don't know how I lost you, but
okay.
Yes.
Rita, before you go, can I just add something to Michelle's report quickly from the Bond Committee?
Sure.
At our last meeting, which we didn't report out to you guys on in detail, I don't think, I would encourage you all to look at the materials because we had very detailed presentation about plans for the curriculum and technology investments. So I think that's something that's important for the rest of the board to take a look at. It was, I learned a lot, and it's a really important piece of this bond program that we'll be monitoring. So it's posted there with the materials from our last meeting, which you still have access to.
Thank you. All right, Director Moore, CBRC.
And right on cue, my cat has arrived. So the CBRC met in a joint session with the board on March 11th, where we all got an update on the strategic plan and how it's being used to build the budget. So we got a bit of a budget preview. The next work session is scheduled for April 15th. And that is going to be a session to discuss the budget proposal. That's it.
Thank you. And I hear Bernie chiming in there as well. All right, Director Constam, charter and alternative programs. What else do you have to report there? I know we got a little preview earlier.
I think I covered it for the most part, other than the news that was made public this week that one of our charter schools, Opal School, will not be back in session next year, and the district they are dissolving, and the district is working with those families and giving them a lot of special attention in terms of finding placement in extending the lottery for them for other charter and focus option programs and or finding placement in neighborhood schools. So a lot of hand holding and individual attention being given to those families who were, I believe, taken largely by surprise.
Director Constam. So I was taken by surprise by that as well, because we just approved that like within the last 2 months. And I'm somewhat curious that there wasn't anything in the renewal process that came up that would have flagged that they were in such a precarious position in terms of their facility. And just maybe a note of like, did we miss something as part of that sort of our due diligence in terms of just having a better, what are the indicators that they would be closing their doors? I can't remember the length of time that we approved, but I want to say it was another 10 years.
I think the charter itself is agnostic as to where a program is located, and they did make it clear that they would have to find a new facility. And my guess is that up until the 11th hour, they were hopeful that somehow that might come together. Yeah, we did know that they would need to move, but in lieu of finding another location or moving, they are dissolving.
And then I guess
Yeah, I know. I think that's a really good question. Is there anything in the presentation that would have alerted us ahead of time to this sudden closing? And I believe, I'm just guessing also, Director Constam, that at the time that this charter renewal was going through, the board of directors was probably wrestling exactly with this idea. The reason that the charter was going to move was unrelated to the revenue structure and the it's an interactive museum and you need to have lots of little hands interacting, and that wasn't happening during COVID. So I think it's a both and situation. I think that probably, I'm guessing the school knew that something was coming down the pike or that discussions were happening, but probably weren't at liberty to share anything final from the board. The board of directors of that institution is the governing board for the museum and also the school. And so I'm thinking that there was probably just a lag, and the timing of our communications didn't work out very well. But I think it's a really good question. It might beg us to ask the question in our further reviews. Is there anything that you're not sharing right now that we need to know, or because I think we did ask about financial stability in our review process, and in fact did get a report out about that. So anyway.
And then my secondary question, and this is maybe for Ms. Large, is do we need to suspend their charter since we've renewed it, or does it just sit there and it can be utilized at some point in time, or because they're not actually going to be operating a charter school next year that we need to do something?
Well, certainly right now they're still operating the school.
Right.
Right. So we wouldn't want to take any action until they're officially done. And then I'll have to go back and look at that specifically, but I don't think it just sits there unused. I think it either gets suspended by the board or is inoperative under its own terms. And I'll have to look at that specifically. Be happy to circle back on that.
Thank you.
All right, we turn now, is that all of the questions that you had, Director Brim-Edwards? Okay, we turn now to the Intergovernmental Committee. Director Scott, do you have anything to report?
No, we canceled our last meeting, but we are scheduled to meet next week on April 8th at 5 o'clock to talk about more intergovernmental issues.
Director Moore, do you have anything to add on the Policy Committee?
No, we also suspended the March meeting, which I think was supposed to happen yesterday. Our next meeting is scheduled for April 19th.
All right. Director Brim-Edwards and Director Bailey, do we have anything from Rose Quarter?
Yeah, we had a meeting last Monday, and two things are coming out of it. I believe that Courtney Wessling has made a request to Director Scott that we have a presentation. There was some very interesting data and presentation at the last meeting that we thought would be useful for the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee to hear and to have an opportunity to have dialogue around. So that's one thing. And then also there has been a request from individuals on the Rose Quarter Executive Steering Committee for a sort of presentation on like what does PPS want from the project. And so that is likely going to happen. Well, they requested it for April, and I think Courtney Wessling and I both said that given everything else that's happening with the schools reopening, that may or may not happen. So we'll be working with staff on that. And again, it may happen in April, but maybe not, just because of just all the work that's underway regarding reopening.
It's always interesting to have already communicated what we want, and then to have somebody say, well, what do you really want?
I think they'd like more definition in what we want, and some people, so the executive steering committee, some of them are people or individuals who have been at the table from the very beginning. And then there's a host of new people. And so I think we should give them a thoughtful answer about at least some of the options of what may be what PPS needs for that school community. The other thing, and this is part of the information that for the presenter that would be coming to Director Scott's committee, is around the freeway is going to be significantly wider than previously had been disclosed, coming about 26 feet closer to Tubman, which is it's already very close. So, you know, the impacts and how those would be mitigated both during the construction and long-term are issues that I think we should be getting more information about.
Director Brim Edwards, is that 26 feet more than, I mean, I think they were, and it's been a while, the initial plan was something like 20 or 30 feet. And is this an additional 26 feet?
You know, I don't want to misspeak, but we will send around the materials that were shared. I believe Courtney got them from the committee, and we can send them around. But again, this is what we thought would be. It was for a lot of people the first time they'd seen the design and just the breadth of it.
So just to remind board members and the public, we had earlier reported to ODOT our concerns about how that hillside would be affected, the lack of stability in the hillside, the lack of any kind of known support underneath the school, knowing that hillside had some substandard fill from a long ago construction project added to our concerns, and that moving I-5 closer to the school meant probably a significant increase in harmful air pollution. You know, perhaps going, we sort of have a don't be in the back of school rule now. Moving, if it is indeed another 25, 26 feet, does that mean the front of the school then becomes a huge concern in terms of air quality and the health of our students and staff? Those are big questions.
Thank you both for your work with this huge issue for our students. Are there any other committee or conference reports that we need to share in this moment? All right, we move on to an exciting piece of our work in our continued thinking about the names and values of our buildings and people. And so I invite Superintendent Guerrero to please introduce the new mascot process for Ida B. Wells Barnett High School.
Thank you, Chair. Directors, if you recall, on January 26th, that was just couple months ago, directors unanimously approved resolution number 6235 to change the name of Woodrow Wilson High School to Ida B. Wells Barnett High School. This June, students will graduate from a comprehensive high school named in honor, as you heard, who's a journalist, activist, mother of four, tireless and fearless champion of racial equity and social justice, a Black woman. Similar to the process for the naming of Ida B. Wells Barnett High School, a committee was formed to identify a new mascot. And the engagement process, led by students again, with support of our Office of Community Engagement, engaged in a process that meets expectations outlined in our current administrative directive. I'm pleased to say that tonight I'm recommending that you approve the Evergreens as the new name for the Ida B. Wells Barnett High School. I'd like to introduce Camille Adedevbo, our corporate and foundation relations officer, along with, and I see he's popped up here, our esteemed principal, Philippe Ristich. I hope I said that right. I'm working on it, Philippe, to share more on how this recommendation came together.
Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. Dear Portland Public Schools board directors, superintendent, district leaders, my name is Filip Hristich, and I'm very happy to tell you tonight that I'm the proud principal of Ida B. Wells High School. Do we have, Kara, are you able to project the presentation? Are you able to see it? Okay, here we go. And we can go to the next, we can go to slide 3. Thank you. So the last time I was here, I had the wonderful pleasure of introducing you to several of our student leaders who led a historic effort to rename our school. And if we go to next slide, this evening I'm joined with the rest of the team. So this evening, you'll have a chance to hear from some of the grown-ups who've been involved. And so I'm pleased to be joined tonight by Ms. Norma Hamilton, Ms. Narina McCleave, Martin Osborne, and Ms. Ellen Watmore. As Superintendent Guerrero mentioned, we're here to formally request that our school mascot be changed from the Wilson Trojans to Ida B. Wells Evergreens. We look forward to telling you about the process that we followed, ways in which we engaged the community, what we heard from our stakeholders, and why we think that Evergreens is the best choice for our school mascot. Martin, can I hand it over to you?
Yes, I hope
and Kara, we can go on to the next slide.
We can hear me. One of the things we wanted to make sure that, first of all, good evening. Thank you for allowing us to present to the board. I'm Martin Osborne. I was the community member designate to the committee. I'm excited to be here as well. We just want to make sure that the board understood that similar to what we had done on the actual renaming process, when it came to discussing how we would go forward with identifying potentially a new mascot, we kept the same values and processes in place, and we adhered toward the school district's directive on how names are changed. Next slide, please. To that end, there were some key things that we as a committee wanted to make sure that we included in our process. And one was, again, making sure that the staff, the students, parents, and community groups who were going to be affected by this actually had an opportunity to provide input, and that we were going to document and be able to show our work throughout this whole process. And we were going to also make sure that we would give consideration to the historical background of the name of the school that was selected, and at the same time, try to tie it to the relevance of the community being served by the school. Next slide, please. One of the things that was challenging for us, frankly, was that we really appreciate the approval of the renaming of the school back in January. But in order to meet other deadlines, for instance, uniforms for the athletic teams, the ordering cycle for them, and just to move this process along, we needed to make sure that we hit the deadlines for that, including being in front of the board again. We were fortunate that we already had some tools and skills that we developed through the naming process that allowed us to streamline and not have to think a whole lot about how we would do this again. So we engaged using the same tools that we had before, which was surveys to the community. We involved the community more this time, and we were looking more for a vote, if you will, rather than just input so that we could deliberate over the name. The mascot was something that we wanted to make sure that, particularly for the students, we would have their involvement, engagement, and excitement in the direction we were going. We were somewhat limited in terms of trying to be creative with the fact that we decided that we weren't going to go for changing the school colors. School colors is a complicated process. It also would add additional costs to the ultimate impact of our changes. And we thought, for the most part, the green and white and third color gray of formerly known as Wilson is something that could be something we could carry over and in fact would actually enhance potentially what the mascot name would be. And I'm going to let Ms. Watmore talk a little bit more about this, but what we wanted to do is make sure that the community got a chance to vote, and we talked about how they came up with these ideas. We actually had 2 different surveys that they did. The first one to create general interest, and the second one to get down to some finalists. Finally, we, with the help of the school board, engaged with a marketing group to help us with the branding process to really bring the mascot selections alive. And I think we'll talk about that a little bit later on. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Watmore.
Hi there. Thank you for having us. Thank you for your time. I'm Ellen Watmore, and I am a teacher at Ida B. Wells Barnett High School. And I had the pleasure of presenting to you all back in June of 2020 and reading one of our student panel committee members' words to advocate for the name change to begin with. So I just sincerely appreciate your time and your support in this endeavor, in this long, but also quick path that we've taken. So if we could go to the next slide. One of the things that Mr. Osborne was referring to was we had a couple of ideas of how to reach out to the community from how we had done the outreach for the naming. So we created a Google form that we shared with the school-wide community, and they were invited to nominate mascots, and it was an open invitation for nominations. We did ask that they provide an explanation or a rationale for that suggestion. We received 420 initial nominations, which was overwhelming, but we reviewed those individually and collectively as a committee. And one of the things that was really important was we looked at these nominations through the lens of the guiding principles that we had established early on in our committee work. And those guiding principles that Martin referred to earlier were really critical to identifying which nominations would allow us to move forward and actually lift up the school and the community and give us an opportunity to really center more local identity, because that was something that had been requested by in the renaming process, that we consider a more local identity. So so we thought about that localism and how to symbolically better represent Ida B. Wells' legacy of community and strength and resilience. So the 5 finalists were the Bees, the Evergreens, the Guardians, the Owls, and the Royals. So we put together another form that went out to, we had one form for the greater community and one form for current students and staff. And rather than putting that out as a simple majority vote, we discussed as a committee the power of a ranked choice voting system that really gives voice to a greater population of voters. As you may know, there are some states who have moved toward ranked choice voting to allow for less, to allow for greater participation and greater voice. That the winner isn't exclusively whoever selected that first choice. So when we did that, we thought that might facilitate a consensus building determination that honors and values the voice of every voter. And that was something that had been important in our committee work as well. We got more than 1,500 responses. We had 897 student and staff votes and 624 community votes. And when we followed the protocol for ranked choice voting, we had a clear front runner. And not only that, but the student and staff votes, the majority winner coincided with that as well. So we saw a strong support for the Evergreens. Next slide. So this was a school-wide, loud and clear support for this new mascot. And one of the things that really felt like it resonated was that evergreens are characterized by the life-giving force of their foliage, the strength of their massive trunk, and the depth of their roots in an individual tree and as a forest of trees. They provide shelter and sustenance. They have histories that precede us and will continue in perpetuity after we are no more. This symbolic choice is grounded in the spirit of Portland and is representative of Ida B. Wells Barnett's legacy. So we wanted to just share some of the input that we heard from some of our community members. So next slide. Some of the things that people had to say in both the nomination process and in the feedback on the voting are included here. So a current student said that they thought that the Evergreens is a good mascot name because it already in a way represents the state we live in, and we need to appreciate the land we live on as well as the people who live here. A parent and guardian of a current student said evergreens are commonly associated with Oregon. They are important to our regional culture and history. They grow tall and strong. They grow in stands and groves in community and are non-gendered. Another parent and guardian said they are iconic, a staple of our regional landscape and industry, and they are mighty and resilient. And a parent and guardian who's also a community member and a member of our alumni, our esteemed alumni, said evergreens allows the current colors to work well. It's neutral and regionally appropriate. Visually, it's easy and fun to adapt on all graphics, print platforms. Evergreens are strong and steadfast, give shelter, have deep roots, and also reach for the sky. With a somewhat verbally complex new name, the simplicity of trees and symbolism they carry feels right. And the symbol aligns with the strength of the woman we honor. And with that, I thought I would turn it over to our esteemed alumni member who is joining us by video, pre-recorded video, in the next slide.
And Kara, I'm not sure if it's just.
You might need to adjust your share screen settings to allow for optimized video.
And also there is, in the settings, there is an audio setting if you want to use original audio that might help us hear her better.
Morgan student tuning in for either in real time, but as you probably could have guessed, first off, we want to thank you for your time today. Throughout this entire process, the belief you've had in faith and work has been with us.
I'm not sure everybody was able to hear this, but this is Narina McLeave, 2018 graduate. I believe finishing up her sophomore year at U of O and currently living in Sweden. So she has been involved with this process from last summer, whether here from Oregon or from abroad. I also apologize, I didn't see my screen earlier that Camille was here, and I wanted just to honor the incredible support that she has been offering to us as a committee and as a team, and just want to see if Camille, you would like to add anything. My apologies.
No worries. Good evening, Superintendent Guerrero and Board of Education. I am here in support of the recommendation of the Ida B. Wells School Community.
Do we have any further presentations?
No, that's it. That's it from us. We're happy to answer any questions. And also just want to thank you for taking the time to hear and for your support.
Thank you so much. I just continue to be impressed by the work that your community has done. And I know that Camille, our staff person from the district office, has been a huge part of that as well. But just really appreciate the student voice and the community voice that has been part of this. And thank you, Mr. Osborne, for being here as well to share that perspective. And I so appreciated the things you read about Mrs. Watmore, about what members of the community had said about this name. It was really inspiring. Any other questions or comments from board members before we?
I have a quick comment, and I have a question. One of my questions had to do with the other 4 names. And Ms. Watmore, I believe I wrote them down here. My other question was, and I'm not real clear on the relationship between the Family Foundation and PPS and how we interface with that. I'm wondering if this idea of the evergreens had been run by them as stakeholders. And the other thing is, I've heard from a couple community members now about the idea of using a tree, which of course, I mean, personally, I love evergreens. I'm from Oregon, but using a tree that's used to lynch people in our mascot, if there was any consideration as to the imagery there that we've all seen from people hanging from trees and using this mascot. So I appreciate the community engagement process that's gone on. I know you've heard from alumni, from staff and students and community members, and just wondering if that was ever, the notion of using a tree as a mascot was broached. I'd be really interested in hearing from someone on the committee. Because I think that, everyone comes with blind spots, and I think that might have been a really big blind spot that just wasn't considered for whatever reason. I have no idea, but I just wonder if that was a consideration. It's something I really want to know. I want to know if that was addressed. Thank you.
Director DePass, I appreciate you bringing that up, and I can tell you a little bit about our relationship with Ida B. Wells's descendants, or at least some of them, and then I can speak to your question in particular. So we're in ongoing contact with Mr. Dan Duster, who's Ida B. Wells's great grandson. He's a speaker and a writer. We have him scheduled to present to our staff, and we also have him scheduled to present to some of the local PTAs in our feeder schools that are engaging in reading books about Ida B. Wells. I've also had some communication with Michelle Duster, who just published a book, Ida B. the Queen, and she was incredibly generous to send some signed cards for us to include in the staff books, which we've purchased. So they've been really supportive, and I would say really enthusiastic. And our intention has always been to really join their efforts and their mission, which is to protect, preserve, and promote the legacy of Ida B. Wells. And so we take this seriously, and definitely want to follow the lead of others who also share that commitment to protect, preserve, and promote Ida B. Wells's legacy. On the issue of the mascot, I haven't spoken to them about any suggestions or recommendations, or what they thought about the evergreens as the choice. And I can tell you that for us, the focus and the opportunity was really to marry this sentiment that we heard from a lot of our stakeholders during the naming process, which was a desire for a local connection. And we didn't think that, Ida B. Wells has a very particular connection to Woodrow Wilson, which we thought was a wonderful counterpoint to the history that we were trying to both surface and move away from. And Ida B. Wells is somebody who stood strong and stood proud against what Woodrow Wilson and many others like him had promoted. And so we felt like she was a very appropriate choice for us in response to his legacy. And in choosing the mascot, as we looked around our community to see what is most prominent, what is most reflective of where we are, evergreens seemed like an obvious choice. So I'm reading about her life, and I'm reading about the things that inspired her to start writing, and those are deeply painful experiences that she had, and it's an incredibly dark legacy in this country. So I can tell you, as the principal of the school, the last thing that I would want is to inadvertently cause harm or to in any way be associated with what she devoted her life to fight against. And so I think you're raising clearly an important question, and so we're open.
I really appreciate that.
I saw Mr. Osborne was trying to speak, so wanted to make sure we had space for him to.
If you excuse me,
Mr. Osborne.
Yeah, specifically to your comment, the idea of symbolism and imagery in United States history is fraught with different ways that it can be taken. So in our choice of the evergreen had nothing to do with the horrible history of lynching in the United States. Lynching trees typically are not evergreens. In fact, I can't think of situations where they are. As you asked that, I was thinking like, well, let's see, Billie Holiday in her famous song, Strange Fruit, mentions poplar trees, oak trees, elm trees. Deciduous trees with large lower branches typically are the ones that are used to do the injustice act of lynching people. Evergreens, the symbolism of that, which we did discuss, were more positive in just about every culture that we touched on. And so we feel that we didn't talk about it directly to your question, specifically in those terms, but we were looking at the symbolism more as a tree of life than a tree of death. And you could certainly take it either way, depending upon your position. One of the things that we're not able to present to the board right now is the actual imagery of the evergreens, which I think once that is out and seen by the public, there will be no association that people will connect to what typically is thought of as a tree used for something such as lynching. At least that's what the hope would be.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I thought about that too. I'm really into trees, and evergreen trees don't grow in the South. And that's where, you know, much of the lynching happened. And I also have very positive associations with evergreen trees, being from this part of the country. I just wanted to raise that issue. I think I'd feel better about voting on it if I knew that the family had been consulted, just to make sure that, you know, we're absolutely doing everything we can do. I think what I like about the evergreens is that it bridges our, you know, painful history in the state with this positive development in naming the school Ida B. Wells Barnett, and in that case seem to kind of knit together who we are today with who we were in the past.
Yeah. And
anyway, I'd like us to do our due diligence, and I just want to say one more thing, and that's that lynching is a really difficult topic to talk about, and as a sole, you know, Black board member, it would really make my spirit happy to have my white colleagues weigh in on this as well. I understand that, you know, none of us fights every single battle, but it feels very lonely to me personally to be sitting here, being the only one broaching these difficult topics. And I would invite you and beg you, implore you to join me in disrupting situations, practices, you know, that are racist. I can't steer a ship by myself. We need to do this as a team. And so just invite you in, please. And I appreciate your Principal Ristic and Mr. Osborne for your commentary. I would feel better about voting for this personally if we had consulted the family to see if they had any reservations at all.
So I'd like to.
Julia, can we hang on one second? Because Norma Hamilton has been trying to speak for a while and is a member of our team that we were asking questions of. I wanted to make sure she had a chance to speak, and then we can have other board members comment. Norma?
Hi, Norma Hamilton. I didn't know you wanted the perspective of the family. I was just going to say that as a committee, we do hear you. I am also a part of African American, and we did speak as a group, as a committee, what this represent. And we wanted to be, we look into as a spiritual part, we look into the forms, and the community is not even this much about that. Is looking about that is in the spiritual part. They wanted to connect to Oregon, part of the community, to bring it back, to have some part of it. And that's the way we took it, like Martin is saying. It is in that part. And I thought it was a beautiful thing. In the beginning, I will be honest, I thought evergreen is a mascot. I never heard of it. But then it grew up on me and with the discussions. And I saw the beauty of it. And yeah, we cannot present to you to see a model of it, but it's going to be beautiful. And the students in the committee loved it. I think it is going to be beautiful. I don't think you're going to be displeased. I don't think the family is going to be displeased. Nobody is going to be displeased with it. And especially we're keeping the colors that the whole community is used to, that is green and white, and they love it.
Thank you.
Brim Edwards, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
I did. I want to thank Director DePass for raising the issue because it just came up. I know some of us were contacted. And I want to thank Martin for and Norma for your sharing your perspectives from the committee members. It's very helpful. I would be most comfortable since, as we talked when we changed the name of the high school, that this is one of those legacy issues, for the next 100 years. We're making decisions that will chart a course for that school in Southwest Portland, that it seems that we should take the same care with the mascot. And I would personally be most comfortable if we maybe delayed for 2 weeks and just checked in to make sure that the things that we're assuming that we have talked to others and just before we take that step versus taking the step and then and making the assumption that it's okay. So I would be more comfortable with that. Being like Michelle, I'm a Northwest native, so I love the evergreens. I've got a park full of them behind me, and the symbolism of strength and sustainability. But I do think I'm also weighing that with, Ida B. Wells Barnett devoted her life to stopping lynching, as she described it as our national crime. And so it seems prudent just to, before we make this sort of long-term lasting decision, to just check in since it wasn't considered as part of the earlier discussion. So that's what I'd be most comfortable with. And I'm happy to make a motion if other board members think that's appropriate.
Yeah, I've heard from both Director DePass and you, Director Brim Edwards, that you'd feel most comfortable voting on this after a little more investigation, especially with the Ida B. Wells Barnett family. So Ms. Large, do we need to vote to postpone this, or can we just as a board decide?
There's no motion on the table. There's no motion on the table, so you can just move it to the next agenda.
Yeah, so I think what we'll do is we'll move this to the next agenda and ask that the group check in with the family and take some time to consider some of the issues that Director DePass has raised about lynching. And again, the work that Ida B. Wells has done, especially as Director Vermedwards raised in that area. And if this really is, you know, I think sometimes I think the evergreen is a beautiful symbol, and for all the reasons you raised. And Norma, like you said, when I first heard evergreen, I'm like, oh, okay. And then as you all described it, I kind of fell in love with it. And then as Director DePass raised her viewpoint, which I think is a really, really important one, you know, it's like, oh, let's take a step back and really think about this. And so I think coming back in 2 weeks with that little bit more of investigation, I think we'll make this the careful, wise decision that I know you all want it to be. So let's do that. Director Scott?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to actually really just reacting to Director DePass's comment that I think, you know, we do need to, she does need to hear from the whole board. And I will say, as one of two white men on the board, sometimes I do try not to be the first one to speak, which I think is sometimes something we should keep in mind all the time. No, I really appreciate the conversation. It was not something that I had thought of, and I think it is worth taking a little bit of time to make sure we get it right. I also really appreciate Ms. Hamilton and Mr. Osborne's comments, and particularly Mr. Osborne's comments about symbols are complex and have lots of different meaning. And I think that that's just really valuable as we go through this and hearing the committee and how they thought about it and how they arrived at it. Hearing these concerns, I think doing a little bit more, you know, sort of research and due diligence, because it is a long lasting decision, makes sense. And then really keeping that in mind, right? That symbols are complex, they can carry a lot of meaning, and really they carry the meaning we give them. And then I think, you know, no matter what the decision to move forward, what this mascot will carry will be the meaning that this committee put into it, and that the community put into it, and that this board and this district put into it. And I think that's going to be really important moving forward. So thank you for raising it in the conversation.
Any other thought from board members before we move on to our next agenda item?
I have a separate issue that maybe this is just for the next time we consider this topic, is in the board policy, sorry, this is kind of a dry technical budget issue, but in the policy, it says that if the name change, and I'm assuming because we are changing, because the high school name changed and subsequently the mascot name changed, that if it was changed for a discrimination reason, that the school community would not bear the cost of all the changing, the gym floor, the reader boards, the stationery, all the things that even if you keep the colors the same, need to be updated. And so as we start moving through these, and it's a little bit different with IB Wells Barnett than with, say, Franklin, because the school is all being redone and you just put the new mascot name on the floor and the colors and the fonts and everything. So I would be interested to hear from the district staff about how that, I'm assuming this would be, but maybe that's wrong, included in sort of next year's budget, or part of the deep facility changes that happens when we modernize the high school. But I'd be interested in finding out more about that, because having been there this morning, everywhere I looked, I kept seeing the word Wilson. And so it was hard to remember that I was at Ida B. Wells Barnett High School when I was there, because the language and the mascots and everything are all over the place. They're beautiful, but it's the wrong name. So if we can have that accompany whatever information on how we're going to pay for those as a district when we consider it next, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Julia. Superintendent?
Hearing the request, staff will come back, and certainly there's quite a bit of rebranding, as you pointed out, that would need to happen. and we want it to be at a reasonable cost and something prudent. But staff will come back with a ballpark on what that looks like, because the whole point of the name change is that our students see their community reflect the change.
All right. Anything else before we move on to our next item? Thank you for raising that, Director DePass, and for helping us to think in new ways and for calling us to do better. All right, our next item actually is about us doing better as well. So thank you to our staff and students at IDB Wells. I'm sure we'll see you back in a couple of weeks as we do some of this again. But Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this next item that we're actually not going to talk about tonight?
Yeah, I think that might be the theme here. Just to be transparent with directors, I had a conversation with Chair about postponing this next agenda item, not because it's not long overdue that we have an updated ADA transition plan, which hasn't really been looked at since '94, kind of like a few other items in the district, and not that there hasn't been some good community input on it, or that staff isn't ready to talk about it. I just think the conversation might come across a little bit incomplete, because it isn't just about compliance to a law that the district should be recognizing in its facilities, but do we have a bigger vision and aspiration for making all of our facilities universal in their design? And part of that is, yes, it should be ADA compliant, but there are a lot of other elements to our buildings as learning environments, as play environments, that long-term facilities planning, as we dive into another bond investment. And I think it warrants a conversation about our aspiration at being a more UDL-oriented school system, so that we can place in context all of these elements and how each of them begins to fill out a more complete picture of what our school system, who it's intended to support and serve. And so for that reason, and because I know we have a couple of related bond committee and school improvement or school bond improvement committee discussions, but it also gives us a chance to sort of really spell out the kind of more visionary narrative that I think we want to share ownership and being clear with the community what our goal is here. And so for that reason, I've asked Chair Lowry if we would consider this at an upcoming meeting. I don't mean a year from now, but to give us a number of weeks to really try to formulate a statement like that. And I know there's been an offer by at least one director to help with that. And so if it pleases the board or chair, would like to put this item off for a future upcoming agenda.
Sounds good. I think Roseanne's going to be thrilled with us that she's not here tonight for this meeting, and we've already, messed up the agenda by moving this one, and then the IDB Wells thing's coming back. So, this is what happens when she leaves us on our own. I see that several people have unmuted and want to make comments. I did have one question, Superintendent Guerrero. You said UDL, which is Universal Design
for Learning.
For learning. Okay. I didn't quite get what the L was for. So UDL is Universal Design for Learning. Great. Other comments, Amy?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lowry, for your willingness to postpone this. And thank you for the way you framed that, Superintendent. One of the things I'm really proud of with this district in the last year is that we, I think, do a good job of grounding our work in our vision that we created with the community. And I think here we missed the opportunity a little bit. And I'm glad we're taking another shot at it, because we really have a wonderful opportunity to ground our vision of equity and inclusion in our vision, to ground our accommodations for all of our different learners in our ideas around inclusion. So I don't think we're far away, because I think that the plan actually reflects that in a lot of the work, but we need to connect some dots. And I appreciate your willingness to do that. We had a lot of great conversations around this when we were doing our bond planning. And I think we made a lot of progress in evolving our ideas on what we wanted to include in this 2020 bond. But I appreciate just framing this a little bit differently so it's aligned with our values.
Dr. Bailey?
Yeah, I think this is great. And I just want to recognize former board member Julia Esparza Brown, who advocated when she was on the board that our Office of School Modernization would have a UDL staff person, an expert on board, who would influence the design of our buildings. And I see this as in that spirit, where we actually can elucidate a UDL vision for our buildings and instruction, to really guide us in the future. So thank you.
I'm also thrilled that this is being delayed. I feel like we're kind of wrestling with this sense of urgency and getting this plan out the door. And but yet I appreciate the opportunity to take a deeper look into really aligning our values with the plan. Our built environment is directly reflective of our values. And in the case of design in buildings, especially in 100-year-old buildings, it's designed for the mainstream dominant culture that would be able-bodied people. And so for us to take a little bit longer, more time to more carefully consider the implications, the challenges, the strengths, opportunities, and weaknesses in this moment I'm just grateful for it. I'm glad we're stepping back a bit, and really also happy to contribute to that conversation. I did go to design school for this. I studied Americans with Disabilities. Wasn't called Universal Design yet, but because it was still early on, it was in the late 80s. But there was attention then to creating spaces for all types of users, and I'm grateful for the conversation.
Dr. Brim Edwards?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a really important move that we're making tonight. Maybe this is the night of symbolism, but I was afraid it was going to be a night of symbolism, that we'd be embracing compliance as our standard. And I know that we're better than that, and we want more than that for all of our students. And so I really appreciate the conversation, both with Superintendent Guerrero today, but also with Dan Young, who we had a great discussion about how we got to this point. There's been a lot of history in this district about talking about a transition plan. And last night I pulled out about 10 years of notes and questions that I'd asked staff over the years, none of the staff who are currently here, about the ADA transition plan and how we can move it forward. And I'm appreciative that Dan and his team have moved it forward. I think that we can co-create a plan about accessibility that's much broader than just compliance. And I look to the board's early action last summer of setting the bar above compliance and looking at how and putting voting affirmatively to put in the bond $33 million of improvement, so all of our main floors are accessible to students, families. Also appreciative that the voters affirmed and embraced that plan. And I know the staff will do a good job of executing off of that plan, the work that has been funded in the 2020 bond. So when I think about it, when I look at the ADA transition plan and my conversation with Dan, this is really, in some ways, a compliance document. And when I read through it, my heart sank a little bit thinking about we had taken this action earlier this year that had been sort of co-created with staff and affirmed by the voters, and yet we were going to be rolling out a plan that for a host of reasons left us with not in compliance until 2041. But as I look through the materials that Dan and team had put together, especially for the last meeting we had about it, I actually got re-excited again, because you have this sort of compliance element to the work, but there's so much more that can be added. And I think we can approach this not as a effort towards, hey, we're going to be in compliance finally since since 1994, but rather there are some things that our community and in the focus groups that the community identified as really important facility upgrades that aren't just about physical barriers, but really about allowing our students to access things that currently, even with an ADA transition plan, wouldn't be implemented. So adding things like accessible playgrounds, to me, seeing kids being able to play. If you go to Harper's Playground, it's a great example of a playground that's accessible to all. And so if I think about this, what we're putting forward, it's not just for compliance, but part of a larger package that increases accessibility for all our students. That is something that we can look at as not just a routine compliance vote, but something that really creates a new future for some of our students. And so I wholeheartedly support, and I'm happy to help work on sort of this broader framework. And just on the last note, I thought it was interesting just to think about kind of the message we're sending to our students and families when we aspire to be more than compliance. Yesterday in the New York Times, they had it's called an overlooked obituary. So it's like an obituary they should have written, but they didn't write at the time, but they write it later. And it was about a woman named Kitty Cohn, and she was the lead organizer and strategist for the 504 sit-in. And it was a 4-week-long protest in April of 1977, in which 150 disabled people and their allies took over the San Francisco office of the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. But the 504 Act was eventually paved the way for ADA, and it's really a compelling story about when you move away barriers and move beyond sort of just the bare minimum and fully include people of what is possible. It's a great life story about somebody who really moved the dial for accessibility. And I hope that we can create something that is lasting and beautiful for all of our students. So
thank you.
I'm glad we're building on that.
Thank you, Director Brim-Edwards. We will.
I had a final comment, and that's that when I just typed in overlooked obituaries, the first thing that came up in my search, which was on Google, was Ida B. Wells. It was from the New York Times 2018. And so I thought that was just really kind of eerie that hers was the first name that came up.
All right, well, we have more to talk about with Ida B. Wells Barnett, and we have more to talk about with our ADA and the work that Kitty did in her time to sort of bring us forward to do more for all of our students. But what we need right now is a break. I know that we have engaged in some deep conversation and a lot of thinking tonight, and we have more before us. So I'm going to ask us to take a 5-minute break. We'll go ahead and come back at 7:49. Thank you. back from our 5-minute break and moving on to the next piece of our work together, which is our update on COVID, hybrid, and Lippy. So Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this next item on our agenda?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lowry. If Kara, you wouldn't mind teleporting the assorted senior staff. Well, what I can tell you, directors, the one thing we're not going to postpone is the opening of schools this week. So we're excited to see our youngest scholars coming back this Thursday and Friday, and the rest of our elementary students on Monday. But here for the latest update is Dr. Russ Brown and other senior staff who will, I'm sure, introduce themselves.
Good evening. Pleased to join you, Superintendent Guerrero, members of the board, and the larger community for our regular update on both the health metrics as well as our preparations to open our schools for our students, something we're really excited about. I'll be joined this evening by Dan Young, our Chief Operating Officer, and Sean Bird, our Chief of Schools, who will also be providing components of the update as well. Just waiting now for the slide deck to come up. Okay, and if we could just go on to the next slide, please. So tonight, I'm going to give you a brief update on where we are in terms of COVID rates in the county, and then briefly an update on our response rates and who we've heard from in terms of interest in hybrid instruction, both for our middle school students as well as our high school. Then I'll hand things over to Dan Young, who will give a brief update on our health and safety measures and some of the last minute things we've done to prepare for our students' return. And then we'll close with Sean Bird, who will talk briefly again about the anticipated return of our students to school, something that we, again, have all been looking forward to. Next slide, please. Throughout this time, again, we've had guiding principles that have really organized all our work. Just briefly, again, everything that we talk about and plan for is centered in racial equity and social justice. And obviously, we have consistently been talking about the health and wellness of not just only our students and our staff, but of the larger community as a whole. And throughout this time, again, we've talked about the importance of relationships, and we've seen time and time again how our staff have come together to support our students through this time, and our community partners, how they've leaned in and helped as well. And then finally, this year has been full of innovation in terms of providing opportunities for our students to learn. Next slide, please. So pleased to say that the case rates in Multnomah County have remained low. They dipped down to the mid-50s and have plateaued now in the low 80s for the last couple cycles. We are well below the threshold for reopening for hybrid instruction, and pleased that we're in a space that it's safe to do so at this point in time. Next slide, please. We talked a lot about the survey for our K-5 parents. We introduced a survey for our parents in middle school, and just want to begin to go through the results for that. Next slide, please. Again, this is relatively new at this point. This was launched on March 15th, and a couple days later, we went into spring break. And as of this morning, we had a 71.7% response rate, with 73.3% of our families saying that they wanted hybrid for their students. And you can see that the response, the interest for hybrid for our Black, Latino, and Native American respondents were in the mid to upper 60s. And at this point, we had heard from 61% of our schools with a 50% or higher response rate. That was the data that I sampled this morning. I looked briefly just to see the overall response rate. It's gone up to over 75% just during the course of the day because we have teams that are actively reaching out to contact families and to gather that information for the purposes of planning for hybrid instruction, the cohorting, and transportation. Next slide, please. As you can see, as of this morning, there was variability in our overall responses. You can see that, again, the overall was 71.7% this morning, with the lowest response rate being from Pacific Islanders at 36.7%. Again, we're seeing a very rapid rate of increase in response rate right now. Obviously, a lot of folks are very interested in making sure that we have this information for planning. Next slide. And in terms of preference for hybrid, a little surprising to me that the preference for hybrid was actually higher so far for our middle school students, with 73.3% of families expressing an interest in hybrid instruction for their students in middle school. It's a little higher than what we saw in K-5. Again, moving target. We're gathering more information, and I would expect these numbers to continue to move as we move forward. Moving on to the next slide, we're going to go into the, well, pardon me, I'll talk about the school list again. About a quarter of our schools have an 80% or higher response rate as of this morning. About half have a 70% response rate, and you know, over 75% have over a 50% response rate at this point in time. And again, moving target, and as before, we're aiming for at least an 80% response rate across the board, and again, have phone banking going on to reach out, and including language support to reach out to families whose first language is in English. Next slide, please. Same thing, 912 interest survey, again, trying to gather information to better understand how to cohort students so that we can bring them back. Excited to do so. This survey was actually launched the day before spring break, so only has you know, it's a couple days behind the middle school survey, and we'd expect the numbers to be a little bit lower. Next slide, please. And in fact, they are. As of this morning, we had a 63.5% response rate. Again, fast moving target. It's over 70% right now. 64.4% of our respondents want hybrid. This number is a little lower than what we saw with middle school. And we can see that there's more variability here with our Black, Latino, and Native respondents, with a little bit less interest in our families for engaging in hybrid as we move forward. We've had 3 schools that really jumped on this and got a fairly high response initially: Grant, Lincoln, and Ida B. Wells, Barnett. And they've gathered, again, over 80% response rate. And again, other schools are coming up rather quickly as we move forward. Again, this is data that we collect in order to be able to cohort and determine how to safely organize our schools to bring students back. Next slide. And with that, I'm going to, I'll break down here in terms of race again. Our overall response rate, again, 63.5%. Again, you see some variability, again, with Pacific Islanders having the lowest response rate at this point with 24.1%. And again, at this point, we're actively reaching out to contact families and gather information, and both at school and central office level.
Dr. Brown?
Yes.
It broken out by special ed. We talked about that previously for the K-5, and then also, do we have it at all based on sort of socioeconomic?
So one of the benefits of the way this survey was designed is that the individual links are per student, and they connect back to our student information system. So anything that we know about our students within the student information system, we can aggregate the data that way. So yes, we can talk about response rates by special ed status. We can talk about response rates based on English language learners or students who are eligible for free or reduced price lunches. And when I put together a final summary document for all of these, that will certainly be included in it as well. I don't have those aggregate numbers in front of me right now, but they are things that we can do.
Great, thank you.
Not at all. Next slide, please. And again, the preference for hybrid instruction varied, and we see a little bit more variability here than we saw when we were looking at the K-5 model. And here you see that actually our Asian families have shown the least amount of interest in having their students return to hybrid instruction. whereas on the other hand, our white families have consistently throughout this expressed the greatest desire to return. Again, this is a rapidly moving target. We're gathering data. Just during the course of this day, again, this participation rate went up nearly 7 percentage points during the course of the day due to the really extensive outreach efforts being made by our schools as well as the central office teams to do so. With that, if there are no questions tied to the surveys, I'll be happy to pass on to the next section, which is, again, an update around our health and safety measures. Next slide, please.
Just
Dr. Brown?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Director Bailey.
just a quick comment based on this survey or the previous survey response rate, and this survey, again, extremely high response rates. That's phenomenal work by your staff. I just want to thank you for that.
Well, I have to thank you, Director Bailey. I wish I could take credit for all that, but honestly, I have to give tremendous credit to our schools as well as the central office team, particularly the folks in communications and community engagement who have made sure that we are reaching out to our families for whom English isn't their first language.
And I also, as a parent of a high schooler, experienced a lot of reminders on Facebook from other parents in the community. So I think a lot of our community members are also working hard to make sure everyone gets a chance to turn in the survey and reminding each other to do so.
Well done, everybody.
Dr. Brown, I have a question about, I know that these weren't open-ended questions in the survey itself, but I'm wondering about any anecdotal information you have from our engagement team, because I've certainly heard from a lot of high school parents who have said that given that the in-person instruction being offered to high school students is so limited, that their students are choosing to stay fully remote, either so that they can keep jobs that they've taken on, or just because, they don't want to upset the apple cart, so to speak. But that families have said if it were more like real school, and if it were more instruction, their families would be making a different decision. Have you gotten any? What kind of color have you gotten from our engagement team as they're actually talking to families, not just those that are filling out the surveys?
So the survey itself, again, was really designed to inform the process of cohorting students, and wasn't necessarily designed to gather that sort of qualitative data. What I will say that has bubbled up, and we actually met with a group of students today and heard their concerns, was really more around health and safety. That the students were expressing some concern about, again, extended family, what it would mean for them to go in, some acknowledgement that, there is a differential risk for, the transmission of COVID for older students. And really, that was really more of what I've heard, is, again, concern about health and safety, more for extended family, and for folks whose family members perhaps had health issues that would make it dangerous for them to be exposed to COVID. And, the desire then for those students, again, to just continue in CDL for that purpose.
Thank you.
So I was going to bring that up at some point, which is that we're seeing a number of states, a pretty rapid increase in cases. And we're hearing that this Brazilian variant is affecting younger people much more seriously, rising hospitalizations among younger people. In Oregon, we've seen a slight uptick, but it's way too early to say that we're on that same path, but it at least certainly bears watching. And I would say primarily for high school students, based on, part of what we know about the age breakout. So I'm guessing you and our senior staff are aware of this, and that's kind of in the discussion in terms of things to watch.
Absolutely, and we will continue to be monitoring the rates in the county. I look at them literally every day to see what's going on with that, and certainly in consultation with our health advisory panel, we've talked about the potential for yet another wave, and I think the larger dialogue around this is sort of the race between vaccination and the expansion of those other variants at this point in time. I can say that in again, speaking with the health advisory panel, the efforts that have been that continue in this community to suppress that curve have paid off and have lowered hospitalization rates, and we are much better poised as a community than many other communities because of those collective efforts. And again, just want to thank everybody in the community for taking that so seriously, because again, it positions us in a place where we can have students come back to our schools.
Yeah, I just read an article today that Washington State University's main campus, the president basically told students they need to shape up, or he didn't say what or else, but it was implied another shutdown because students had been partying and cases had gone up pretty dramatically in a short period of time. So it's, again, smart behavior going forward in the community among our students and adults as well is really important going forward in that race against the variants.
Agreed. This is, I think, is a wonderful segue to a conversation on health and safety.
I thank you, Dr. Brown. Next slide, please. Tonight, I'd like to just briefly highlight that our staff, as well as our partners and our public health consultants, have been working hard since last summer to put in place dozens of health and safety protocols, practices, and trainings. Many of their efforts can be seen when you walk through schools, like the audit committee did today at IW Wells, including signage that promotes distancing and proper hand washing, plexiglass in offices, and distance desks, HEPA filters, cleaning supplies, and hand sanitizer in classrooms. Many others you can't see, such as disinfection protocols developed by our custodial partners, safe busing practices created by our transportation teams, contract tracing and testing procedures that have been developed with our health partners. And of course, our school-based staff have been essential in developing school-specific reopening plans that outline building entry points at each school, safe restroom procedure, proper classroom setup, and much more. These procedures, when put together, operationalize our multi-layered risk reduction strategy and create safe learning environments. Really, thanks to the hard work of our staff and our partners, we feel confident and ready for students to return. And with that brief overview, I'm happy to answer any health and safety questions you might have.
I have a quick question. The other day, actually yesterday, I met a friend in Bend at her co-working space, and in order to get into it, you had to lean into a temperature screening. Do we have anything like that at our entrances?
It's a great question. Temperature checks have not been a recommended part of the procedure for entry. And we've been working with our health partners, in particular MESD, on what those screening procedures look like. So they recommend visual screening. So when all students and visitors come in, there is a visual screening that is done. And if there is what appears to be a symptomatic student, they are then taken to the symptomatic space where they can have a more thorough check, but we don't do the temperature check.
It's so strange because places like casinos, says a friend, hospitals have, a temperature check, the doctor's office if you go in person. And it seems like a good way to at least, that could potentially illustrate, show someone that's asymptomatic but had a temperature or had a fever.
Yeah, it's been a topic I know for quite a while. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe our health advisory panel has also weighed in on this. And I guess the data behind it is the temperature checks are just really ineffective, and that they don't often show the results that you would expect them to get. So they don't recommend that we use those.
I wish I would have known that before I went to the doctor in person, but yeah, thank you.
I do know they're popular.
Yeah, I think it's seen as one of those things that makes people feel better, but actually hasn't been very successful in screening it out. Dan, can you talk a little bit about the testing protocols? Just remind me again, when does that kick in? When are we administering testing, and in what circumstances?
That is a great question. I apologize. I don't have a bunch of specifics on testing. The person who would be Brenda Martinick, and I don't know if Brenda is waiting in the in the green room or not.
Dan, I can answer that one.
Oh,
so our principals have all registered for they have to go through a registration process to be able to order the testing kits, and there's some training they have to complete. They have to name a designee, which is either the school nurse or the SHA, and then the kits are ordered, and so they'll be in schools. As those processes are completed, then they send the testing kits to the schools, and we will test symptomatic students and staff.
So, right. So if staff or students present as symptomatic, then we do a test. And that's when also, if a test comes back positive, we would do the contact tracing from that point. Are we asking families to report their own positive COVID results? Or will we be, if it's outside of our school?
Yes, that is correct. It's my understanding is that we are asking if they have a positive test, that we are asking that they report that to the school.
Okay. Great. I know I don't think there's any way we can require that, but I think the more we emphasize how important that is, because again, I think what we've seen nationwide is there are, of course, are COVID outbreaks, as there are throughout the entire community, but a vast majority of those come from outside the school, right? It comes from family get-togethers or social get-togethers or other types of things. And so to the extent that families do end up having a test and have a positive, notifying the school so that we can, again, figure out what that means and do the contact tracing is going to be really important. So we're going to really rely on the community to do the right thing in that circumstance. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We want that information exactly for what you said for the contact trace.
And can you comment? There's been something of a debate around the value of random testing. Random testing.
Pool testing.
Yeah. And I want to thank Director Scott again for arranging for a conference call a month or two ago with a health expert who said that wasn't an effective strategy. Could you comment on that any further? Is there any CDC guidance on that?
To the best of my knowledge, there is not any guidance on that, and none of our health partners have recommended that we proceed down that route. I think it's something that we can continue to talk about, and it might be a topic, if we have not done so already, discuss specifically with our health advisory panel.
Can I follow up on that? Since this is something I've pretty consistently asked about at every one of these things. And I actually think that the question is probably better addressed to the state, because I think it is, I think we ought to have a statewide strategy on this, or at the very least, we ought to have some transparency about the state's thinking around pool testing. And I would say not just for schools, but for many other locations. And my fear is that we're going to repeat the mistakes of last year, where we had inadequate testing, which allowed the pandemic to rampage uncontrollably without us even knowing it. So I continue to be interested in getting more information about what options might be available to us to do. I think especially pool testing has emerged as a strategy that is being picked up by a number of districts and states, most notably Massachusetts. And I understand that the district is constrained by potential legal liability and licensing issues if it diverges in any way from the state's articulated strategy around this. But I would like to get more information about what conversations, if any, are happening at the state level?
Director Moore, I'm happy to take that back to the group and get you some more information on that.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got a question.
All right, Nathaniel?
So I'm concerned about air quality and ventilation. So from what I've heard from students and community members, there are a number who are worried about when we return to hybrid that ventilation will be insufficient to protect the health of students, that air purifiers will not be present in some cases or not be powerful enough to serve the area they have been designated to serve. And indeed at Ida B. Wells just this morning, I mean, if I recall correctly, there was an air purifier that was assigned to an area smaller than its stated capacity. So I wonder what's being done to mitigate these fears when we start bringing back students en masse.
Yeah, that's a great question. We've taken really a three-pronged approach to ventilation. And it's something that we worked very closely with public health partners and our subject matter experts, including our certified industrial hygienists. So what we've done is, one of the first things we did was focus on maintenance and inspection. So we had our certified industrial hygienists create a ventilation specific checklist that we were then able to turn over to a third-party mechanical firm to go out and check all of our buildings to ensure that our ventilation systems are operating properly. So that firm went out, checked every one of our schools against that checklist. And whenever there was a deficiency that was identified, we assigned that either to an outside party or one of our internal HVAC technicians to go and address that deficiency. So we're happy to say that they completed all those assessments in January. All those deficiencies have been taken care of. And we're starting it all again literally tomorrow. So we're going to do these quarterly and we're going to start the assessments all over again tomorrow. We've also looked to increase airflow in all of our buildings, and we do that in a couple of ways. We run our systems longer each day. So we start them about 2 hours before they would normally start and turn them off 2 hours later. And we run them continuously throughout the day, so they don't shut off throughout during the school day. And we've also adjusted them to increase the amount of fresh air that comes into the building. So we've opened the dampers, that more fresh air comes in the building. And then the third part is filtration, where we've taken a belt and suspenders approach to filtration. So our buildings inside their mechanical systems, they have air filters. And we have about 8,000 of them throughout the district. So the ones that we are able to upgrade to a higher filter type, we are in the process of doing that. But we also know when you have that many and you have a lot of older systems, you can't do that with every system. So that's why we're putting the HEPA filters into every classroom, into all the learning spaces. And so it's really this multi-pronged approach that creates, it's not just one thing that we're doing to address air quality, it's the layer of all these things. And each layer has its imperfections, but when you put them all together, it becomes a really strong strategy.
Thanks, Dan. Any further questions?
Yes, could you address Nathaniel's point about, or is that just one of the imperfections, that we have a filter that is in a space larger than its capacity?
Yeah, so the portable filters, they're going to move air, they're going to filter the air. The smaller that the space is, it's going to be more efficient. The less people that's in the space, it's going to be efficient. The larger the space, it's going to be less efficient. So it's going to still filter air. It's still going to still move air through the system. It's just going to do it at a slower rate. When we're looking at large spaces like cafeterias or gymnasiums or libraries, we're going to put multiple units into those spaces. So they will still help and they'll move the air. But certainly there are a number of variables that go into just how quickly it turns over the filter exchange.
Dan, there's been oh, sorry, Scott.
Go ahead, Andrew, and I'll.
No, there's been a lot about opening windows, and I'm not sure if you said this already, but are we opening windows wherever we can?
Yeah, we're encouraging windows to be open where it's appropriate. So as much as we can, we'd like the windows to be open.
Thanks. Sorry if I missed that earlier. Thanks.
No, no worries.
And then I've heard that basically computer labs won't be used, that students will have to use their own device.
I don't know if I know the full answer to that question. I know the preference is that the students use their own device. I'm not certain if that means that none of the computer labs will be used. I can double check that.
Yeah, I was talking to a high school teacher who went in today, and that was what they learned.
Let me follow up on that.
I have a couple questions. They're not health and safety related. Can I go ahead and ask them?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just have a quick comment that is health and safety related before we move on.
Okay, go ahead, and then I'll go after that.
I just want to thank the team for the training that's gone on. So in addition to like creating all of these strategies around layered risk reduction, I had the opportunity to be at Woodmere and to walk through the building with the principal. And, you know, we always rely on our principals to be managers in so many ways and to deal with so many things, but this is just a whole new level of responsibility. Everything from, you know, traffic flow to coordination with the custodial staff at a whole new level to, you know, it's really remarkable. And then the training, just as it filters on down through all the employees in every single building. I was joined that morning by some of our community partners, IRCO, Latino Network. So everybody who has a presence in our school is being trained in all these health and safety measures. And it was really clear, really explicit, great signage. Like it's a huge, huge effort. And I just want to recognize Dr. Bird and your whole team and all of the training you've provided. I think we're ready to roll, and it's really impressive. So thank you to everyone for attending to just the myriad details.
So the question I have is, well, the first one is about instructional time for, or in school time for middle school students. And I have heard anecdotally that there may be a couple of schools, because of the number of students coming back, that they would only have every other week, which I don't think is what we pitched to families. Are we going to be able to, I mean, as it is, two half days is not very much. Are we going to go below the standard of 2 half days a week?
We're working very hard to not do that. We have 2 schools that's a concern. The space planning is a concern, and I should have some more information later this week about it, if we're able to work on those classrooms. There were some schools needed to be measured. You know, we used a formula at first, and so then in some cases we need to go back into schools and see if that was accurate, or if we could, if there was availability of more space. So Dan, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, there was a formula that was used to estimate capacity district-wide. And so that applied evenly to all classrooms, over 3,000 classrooms throughout the district. And then when we run into issues where we see space constraints, we go in and we look at that individual classroom and measure that individual space. What's the actual capacity in there? We have 2 middle schools that had quite a few capacity issues. So we've had our staff and consultants go out in the last week and then again this week to measure each and every one of those classrooms. And Sean, you will have that data tomorrow. So we'll be able to take a look at both of those schools tomorrow to see if we still have those concerns. In general, the model that we used was very conservative. So when we're going and looking at individual classrooms, we're usually able to add a desk or 2, if not more, and still meet all the spatial requirements of the 6-foot distancing, safe egress, etc.
Great. So what are the 2 schools that? So we've got it. We think we have it covered at least to half days or the increments of the half day twice a week at all schools, middle schools with the exception of 2. And what are those 2?
It's Selwood and Hosford. Is that correct, Sean?
Selwood and Hosford, yeah. And I'm going to show, yeah, in the next slide, I'll show you those.
And then the other question I had was about this issue that was raised earlier, I think by Director Constam, with the survey of, you know, who's choosing to come back and whether there are some families that can't come back because not that they don't want that experience for their child, but because of work schedules, a whole variety of things for K-5, not to be able to, you know, go back and forth and pick up a student during the day. And I'm wondering what arrangements or what sort of supports we have for families where that may be the barrier, that may be the only barrier for wanting to come back, just in terms of like, are we marrying childcare or other support so that that doesn't become the reason, like I have a full-time job or I can't leave in the midst of work to either drop off or pick up my child because it's not the normal school day. And so I'm curious whether we're doing that and how widespread that is.
How widespread it is, I don't know. I can get some information about that. I have not heard, I mean, of course, anecdotally, I've not heard a lot of that. I've heard some of it. And then I know that schools were working with families for some families, it was easier in the afternoon or the morning. So I know that individual principals have taken into consideration like keeping households together as much as possible, so that for ease of you know, these kinds of individual issues. I'll get back to you with more. I can find out how much principals have been hearing from families, but it has not been something that's come up a great deal.
Yeah, it'd be great to know, because I know when we used to have half-day kindergarten for parents who worked, this was a big issue, and this is sort of like that. If for elementary school, that people just can't go midday and pick up their kids, or I mean, it just doesn't work that way. So I'd be really interested. And we had a pretty good network of providers that sort of filled that gap.
And we do have childcare at several of our schools already that's been in operation, you know, throughout this time, and we are continuing to work with our partners for, you know, after school kinds of activities and care. But you know, that only works if you're in the afternoon part and if those providers are able to come in person. So we're still working with our Sun partners on a variety of different scenarios. So we can give you an update on the specifics of that.
Thank you.
And I just want to remind everybody quickly, next slide, please, that we have, of course, as the superintendent mentioned at the beginning, we have our pre-K and first grade students, pre-K kindergarten and first grade students who are coming back this week. We're very excited to welcome those students back either on Thursday or Friday, depending on what cohort they're in. And then students in 2nd through 5th grade will be returning on next Monday. So we'll have several first days of school coming up. And again, as you just mentioned, Director Brim Edwards, students will be in school for 2 hours and 15 minutes, 4 days a week. And again, the focus is on foundational reading and math skills, as well as social emotional learning. So we're very excited about this week and next week. And then next slide, please. And then for our 6-12 students, just as a reminder, our staff members in 6-12 will have professional development for 3 days prior to the reopening of school. So that will be the April 14th to the 16th. While teachers are doing their professional development and getting their rooms ready to welcome students back, students will have asynchronous learning activities, much like they did at the beginning of the school year. And then those students, that first day of school, will begin on Monday, April 19th, depending on their cohort assignments. And as we talked about earlier, as our goal to have all secondary students who elect to come back to be able to come back for 2 days a week for 2.5 hours. So they'll get some dedicated time and be able to see their teachers in their classes. And we'll have an update later on this week about any issues to that, but so far looks pretty good for 2 days a week for all the students. That's just a quick review for you. If you have any questions, I'll take those.
So Chief Byrd, we have not met since the CDC changed their guidelines for schools.
Correct.
to the recommendation on 3-foot distancing. So have you or have staff had any conversations with the Portland Association of Teachers about revisiting that issue in the agreement that we had reached, given the new guidance and given what we know is possible?
Yeah, we haven't at this point. That guidance came out right before spring break, and then we have been busily preparing for the reopening. Cohorting has been done, transportation has been routed, so or is in the process of being routed. So we've been focusing on the plans that we have in place right now, and so we have not gone back to them formally to talk about any change of the agreement. But it would require it's an impact bargaining issue, so it would require a further discussion with that labor partner.
And if at some point we were able to make a change to give our middle and high school students, if we were able to reach an agreement and make a change to give our middle and high school students more in-person instructional time, how easy would that transition be in our buildings, in your opinion?
So off the top of my head, you would be able, if that were the case, you would be able to have instead of having cohorts, if it was, let's just hypothetically say if it was 3 feet, that's about the normal distance in a classroom, give or take. So you would, instead of having, you would be able to come like 4 days a week instead of 2. You could probably collapse the cohorts in some schools to just 1 cohort, and they would be able to come, it would still be in the afternoon, but they would be able to come 4 days. If that's hypothetical, depending if the numbers worked out that way. And but looking at what we have so far, that's what it would be around.
So our kids would get twice as much instructional time.
It would be perhaps, yeah, depending on the number of students.
Rita, did you have a thought?
Yeah, I just want to remind us all that we had a fairly long discussion about this during our last board meeting. And my understanding, this was my comment at the last meeting, based on my discussions with staff, my understanding is that any change at this point in the physical distancing requirements would require considerable additional staff work and would probably take, as I understand it, somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks to do all of to redo all of the logistical arrangements that the staff and various partners have spent months and months working on already. So while I think it is, it's tempting to think that this is a doable prospect, I think the reality is, given that we're talking about perhaps 10 weeks left in the school year, I think anything that delays us getting students back into the classroom as soon as possible is not helpful to anybody. And relitigating this question, I think is not productive.
I do think this is an important issue to resolve, because actually, Dr. Bird, last week, you pretty much said the opposite, that if all we were changing was the distancing, we would be able to implement on our same plans. So
well, you would have to, it would require transportation. That's the biggest issue, is transportation rerouting. I mean, in terms of like because the students are coming, like if you're a student in cohort A or cohort B, you're coming to your classes 1, 2, 3, 4, Monday, Tuesday. So that's cohort A. Cohort B is coming Thursday, Friday, 1, 2, 3, 4. So in terms of that means that you're just going to come. You could, if you could collapse the cohorts, yes, that would mean you would have 4 days. But you would have to reroute transportation, and you would have to come back to an agreement with PAT. So by the time high school students come back, I think there are only 8 weeks left in school when those students return.
And haven't we removed desks from schools? I mean, haven't we taken furniture out? So we'd have to bring back all of the desks and all of the furniture and reset all the schools. Is that true as well?
Yes, that's true. the
But
furniture.
remember, most of our high school students don't have district provided transportation.
There are some, well, except for McDaniel and Lincoln, there's some transportation routes there, and then students on IEPs do have transportation. Some of them take TriMet. Many of them take TriMet. Mm-hmm.
I think I want, this is, it's actually, it is an important issue. I want to second what Director Constam said and not ignore what Director Moore said, because I think they're both important. The logistics of this are important, but so is the instructional time. And, you know, I very much supported moving forward. We negotiated the agreement we did with the rules that were in place at the time. We had no idea, right? I mean, there was potential talk of it, but we didn't know when or if the CDC would change its guidance. And I very much supported moving forward with that agreement, because I was concerned that sending it back would delay getting our kids back. So our kids are coming back on a schedule now. I do think exploring this issue, and I think, I guess what I would say is this: if there is the ability, and maybe it is only at high school, I mean, that doesn't feel very fair to our middle school students, but because the transportation issues at high school are easier, you know, maybe there is a way to bring them back for 4 weeks in the current schedule. But again, as we, you know, get agreement now that we've got, you know, the new 3-foot rule, if it's relatively easy to just start sending them back 4 days, there aren't that many, you know, transportation issues, we should address that. If the logistics really are insurmountable, and that is the superintendent's recommendation, that given the amount of staff time and the difficulty, and let's be clear, it's not just staff time, it's families being disrupted as well. And you know, one of the things we've heard from some families is that they don't even want to make this change right now with the remainder of the year. So there are opinions all over the place. I think if it is a logistics issue, though, we should be really clear with the community that that's what it is. And I feel like, you know, the problem we keep running into is there are very different viewpoints out there. And, you know, there are 60, 70, we'll find out, %, you know, who want to come back for hybrid and would probably like a lot more. There are still significant numbers of families that don't, you know, want to come back. Maybe that changes over time. But I guess I think we owe it to the community to be really clear. Are we still looking at that as a potential option? Maybe again, 4 more weeks, you know, in, or if we've taken that off the table because of logistics issues, we should just tell our families. We should be very clear, that's not going to change. The schedule we have is the schedule we have. And then let's look towards a full reopening in the fall.
I mean, I think, Andrew or Director Scott, the schedule we have is the schedule we have, because changing it would be only at the result of bargaining. And so we would have to make the decision to go back to bargaining with our teachers union and to see if we could get them to change that and then implement. So I think, I mean, if that's the conversation we as a board need to have, is if we want to direct our staff to go back to the bargaining table with this. I, for one, am not in support of that. I think that we need to move forward with this year and begin to focus on summer school and on next year. I think that the amount of energy we would spend on trying to get a change to our agreement with our union is not worth the amount of instructional time we'd end up getting out of it. I think we need to be focusing on summer and fall at this point. But I think we need to say to the community, this is the schedule, unless we as a board direct our staff to go back to the bargaining table.
I agree.
So sorry to be off screen there. Maybe the topic triggered an asthmatic attack, but maybe I should turn this over or give Sharon a crack at this, given that she pulled duty here at the bargaining table, because I think we're talking in hypotheticals. What if, could we, you know, there are a set of labor partners here that we've had to come to agreements about for the schedule that we discussed in our last meeting. Sharon, do you want to shed a little more light on this?
Well, the hypotheticals only work if we get agreement with our labor partners, and the runway to get agreement with our labor partners is quite long. I suspect that the outcomes are not necessarily guaranteed. In fact, they are not necessarily guaranteed. So any in terms of how long would it take to make a change here, we can't dismiss that element of it, because I believe it is the most time consuming element of changing that spacing issue.
So I'm a big believer in asking questions, because I don't think we know the answer until we've asked. And I think, I guess what I in no way wanted to under state the bargaining impact. Of course, we would need to bargain it and have that conversation with our partners. I would expect we would. I guess I'm just curious. PAT argued for the 6-foot rule when the 6-foot rule was in place. The 6-foot rule was in place when we finalized our negotiation, and then it was changed, like a day after. So I think it is worth asking the question whether now that the guidance has changed, both at the CDC level and the state level, whether PAT is interested in adjusting that guidance. And I think that can very easily inform the rest of the conversation.
So I guess our next steps here need to be, I'm not sure what our next steps here are. I don't know if we can get guidance from Ms. Large, but if it's to say, do we as a board need to make a decision in this moment to say we want to direct our staff to look at returning to the bargaining table with our unions, or is this a conversation we need to have in an executive session? I'm not really sure what to do next, Liz.
That would be ask our superintendent to direct our staff, and maybe we want to have the superintendent weigh in first.
Yes, I apologize. It is not the board's role to direct staff. I apologize for misspeaking there.
There's a substantive decision to be made, and then there's the procedural path. And I think it's the substantive decision first, and then the procedural path will follow. And I think superintendent may have some thoughts on the substantive decision.
Chair, I'm trying to get clear here. Is the board asking me to re-engage our labor partners and re-bargain based on this new information from CDC?
I believe that is what Director Constam and Director Scott have raised. I do not know that is the will of the board. I'm just asking, is this this sounds like a conversation that Director Constam and Director Scott are bringing forward. If I'm incorrect in speaking on your behalf, let me know. But then we as the rest of a board need to say yes or no, because I think we do need to say to our families, this is the schedule for the rest of the year.
Actually, I think there was a fundamental, maybe an underlying question, which is maybe the procedural path, like to have the discussion about whether the board is interested in that. Is that an executive session topic, or is that a public meeting topic?
The board is allowed to go into executive session to discuss bargaining.
I guess, is it allowed, or should we? I'm just wondering whether if the superintendent is looking for instruction from, or like what the will of the majority, is that a discussion you have in public, or is that an executive session? It sounds like we can go, but
you cannot make a decision in executive session. So you can confer with those who sit at the bargaining table about labor negotiations in an executive session. And that's often a very helpful place for the board to have those conversations, but no decision can be made there regardless.
I'm just going to say publicly once again that I do not support going back to the bargaining table on this issue. I think we need to move forward with the rest of the school year. I think that asking families to change the schedule again 4 weeks in doesn't make any sense. I don't think it's in good faith with our labor partners, and I would be opposed to going back on this issue. I think we need to move forward with plans for summer and for fall. Do we want to move into an executive session to have this further conversation, or do we want to just finish it here and now?
Wouldn't we have to have noticed that, or no?
You can move into an executive session inside a regularly noticed meeting.
We can also have the conversation publicly, and if there's not the will of the board, we certainly don't need to spend time going into an executive session. I guess I just want to go back and just reiterate, none of this has to do with violating, sort of goodwill with our labor partners at all. We have an agreement, we are abiding by it. That agreement includes things that are changing. And I think anytime you incorporate into a collective bargaining agreement, health metrics, other things that are going to change, it is important to continue to go back and I think it's important for both sides to go back and revisit that. Obviously, the PAT does not have to do that. Because we don't have a reopener clause in that contract that I'm aware of, Sharon. And so, they don't have to. I think it's worth asking the question. And I guess I want to go back to what I said at the beginning, because I'm trying to walk this middle ground. I am not being dismissive of the logistical issues, and Chair Lowry, I think you're raising really important issues, and you know, if it is insurmountable, then let's say it's insurmountable. I don't actually, I want to be really careful that we're not blaming PAT for not being willing to agree if what we're really saying is that as a district, we don't think we can make that change. I think that's important to be really clear as well. And again, to the extent that the superintendent says this is too big of a lift for the change, that's fine. I can envision, particularly at the high school level, adding an extra, 2 days as a relatively straightforward change. I don't think it has a huge impact. Well, I think it has a huge impact on families, but I think the impact is positive. And if we could do that for a few weeks and PAT agrees, it's worth it. If logistically we can't do it or PAT doesn't agree, then we won't, and we'll continue on through this year.
I can only say, Director Scott and directors, that it's been a lift to get to this point. So conversations with our labor partners aside, and what the outcome or length of time required to come to new agreements, there are a lot of logistical pieces that have gone into carrying forth the remainder of the school year. And maybe some could be resolved a little easier just by nature of the design of the instructional model that's been thought forward. But there are other pieces, perhaps unrelated to the schedule, that would require, in some cases, some staff reassignment, transportation routing once again, et cetera. It's hard for me to sort of go down the flight checklist, but I know that there would be some changes that would need to happen. And, if it's taken us weeks to construct those here, I don't know how we overnight sort of would retool those in some instances. So is it possible? I suppose anything's possible. But I also know that for weeks straight, including through the spring break, staff's been working to be ready to open on Thursday. So is it possible to ask them to dive in again, assuming labor partners are all thumbs up, to get another few weeks of some additional secondary instructional time in person? And I'm not sure.
Okay, I haven't heard from Director Moore, or Director Brim-Edwards, or Director Bailey, and I think that we need to go ahead and move into an executive session. So I'm going to ask that we go ahead and do that now. Move into an executive session to finish this conversation. So I'm not sure what the logistics of that are. Kara or Liz?
Yeah, we're not in a meeting type that I could put you in a breakout room. So I'm going to create a calendar invite and invite you all to it. We'll have a different link. Liz, I'm not sure who I should invite though. Can you?
Yeah, I'll call you. I assume we're going to take a short break while those logistics are taken care of. And Kara, I will call you and we will work out the logistics.
Let's take a short break and reconvene in our executive session at 8:50 p.m.
So will we be looking for an email from Kara?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be getting an email from Kara with the link, and we'll be in our executive session at 8:50 p.m.
And I imagine I will not be invited to the executive session.
Correct.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Nathaniel. here in a moment. Pursuant to Oregon law, and no decisions were made in executive session, but we were able to discuss the matter further. And at this time, it is clear that we will not be asking the superintendent to direct staff to go back to the bargaining table. And so Superintendent Guerrero is coming. He was going to speak next. He's joining us right now. But so our families can rest assured that the schedule that we have will be the schedule for the rest of the year at this point, and that our staff and all of our folks will be focusing on summer and what comes next in the fall. Superintendent Guerrero, did you have anything to add?
I just want to underline what I shared closer to the top of the meeting and appreciate all of our employees for the hard work. It's been a year of a lot of difficult transitions and fluctuating guidelines and changing scenarios. And fortunately, they've gotten better, maybe not as quickly as we had hoped, but I feel we're ready, and staff has worked really hard to be prepared to welcome our students back beginning this Thursday. I'm appreciative for our labor partners who I know share the interest of having our students back on campus. This is what we do as educators, and for all the people out there that support this school district in operating efficiently, who have also had to do their work differently. I'm thankful for that. I think we are all looking forward to fully reopening and welcoming back our students and being fully open and refocusing our attention on our students' continued growth and ability to thrive at PPS. So I'll be out at schools first thing Thursday morning at sunrise, and I know all of our directors will be as well. And so we look forward to seeing you there.
Hey, Kara, can you promote Amy? And I do know that many of us are hoping that fall will look like school as we remember it and as it has been. But again, we'll continue to work with our labor partners to review the latest science and to have those conversations as they come forward. So there's much more work ahead of us. And speaking of the work ahead of us, we are moving now onto our second reading of our comprehensive health education policy. Director Moore, would you like to introduce this next item?
Yes, thank you. This policy was originally approved in 2018 as the Comprehensive Sexuality Education Policy, with the understanding that it would be reviewed every 2 years in conformance with state statute. Staff recently recommended that the sexuality education policy be embedded in a larger policy around comprehensive health education to align with current best practices. The goal of these revisions is to make the policy inclusive of the many laws, mandates, and policies that support comprehensive health education. Staff proposed transitioning from a standalone comprehensive sexuality education policy to a comprehensive health education policy, which includes a section specific to comprehensive sexuality education. On March 9th, the Board of Education had a first reading of the revised policy. We have received no comments. It's now before the board for a second reading and to consider adoption.
Thank you, Director Moore. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6277, resolution to approve the amendments to the Comprehensive Health Education Policy 6.40.013-P?
So moved.
Second.
Director Brim Edwards moves and Director Bailey seconds the adoption of Resolution 6277. Is there any board discussion?
Just again, thank you to staff for all their great work.
Yeah, really thorough, good staff work. And I think this is a national model. I know that they came up with a lot of it from scratch. They developed their own best practices, and it's just really good work.
I'm really thankful for the ability to think about our students' whole health, and includes all sorts of different types of health in that, and to not have those separated out, but to really think of our students as full people. So thank you to staff for the incredible work you've done on this. All right, Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on this matter?
No.
All right. The board will now vote on resolution 6277, resolution to approve the amendments to the comprehensive health education policy 6.40.013-P. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6277 is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Student Representative Shu voting
Yes.
all right. So one of the initiatives our board took on this year at the recommendation of our superintendent was some learning topics and engaging more deeply in some of the work of the district that's not sort of the on fire things. Not that anything in our district's on fire, but let's say the pressing topics, so that we could dive more deeply into the full width and depth of all that our school district does. And we've had a great opportunity to learn about our climate change curriculum. We had a really great exploration of some of our Native American lessons. I'm trying to remember all the things we've talked about. There's been a great number, sometimes very late at night. Thank you, staff, for staying so late to do those learning topics with us. But in an effort to respect staff time and board capacity, we moved to asynchronous learning so that we would kind of experience what our students are experiencing. We get a video that we can watch, and then we've got some time to discuss it. So the TAG departments have shared an asynchronous video presentation on TAG at PPS, and that's available for the public to watch. You can find it on the board books and in the public meeting information. So board members, I'm going to ask you, what were some of the key takeaways you learned from doing the lesson, and what does teaching look like for students who are identified as TAG? And the kind of planning that teachers must do. I'm going to just begin with my impressions. At the beginning of the video, it's all the information about TAG, and you were going through the OARs, and it was, like, okay, lots of talking. It was good information, but as soon as we got into the actual lessons with the math and showing, 3-digit subtraction and how that works, but then it was the fill in the blank and then create your own problem. I was super excited, mostly because I'm really competitive and I wanted to get the answers. But it was such a great sort of tangible way to show how teachers can take the concept and really enrich it for students. And then when we got to the part about the words and just defining words like belittle or judicious, put them into a sentence, and then moving into write your own paragraph. And I confessed to Chief Cuellar today, Deputy Superintendent, I never remember people's titles, I'm so sorry. Mr. Cuellar today, I told him that when I was a student, I sometimes would do things like write, belittle is a word that I'm using in a sentence, because you're supposed to write in the paragraph and show that you're using the word in a sentence, or judicious is a word that I'm just learning how to spell. And obviously I was demonstrating to my teacher that I didn't actually have an understanding of how to use those words, but I was clever in my workaround. So I just appreciated that chance to sort of step back into the mindset of a student and to really see how teachers can take a concept like 3-digit subtraction or vocabulary and really help students go deeper and think at that different level. So thank you for that. It really made it come alive for me. Other thoughts or things you took away from the lesson, board members?
I was really, and I've been attending the TAG advisory group meetings, so I already knew this, but it's just want to recognize our TAG staff and a number of our schools for increasing the number of Black and brown kids identified as TAG this year. And I think those schools will be, sort of the vanguard, and will bring the rest of the schools along in the district by sharing their best practices and how they're doing that. And I think that's something we've been, as a district, trying to work on and not been very successful for years. And now we're seeing the needle move, and that's a huge first step.
I was really interested. It wasn't clear to me how long we've been using the assessment tool that you described, Linda, the N3. And one of the things that I thought was so interesting about that was that it does really get to multiple intelligences, I think a lot better than whatever it was we were doing before. And you talked a little bit about the over-identification of tag students based on reading and literacy skills, and the under-identification based on other types of intelligences. So I'm curious to learn a little bit more about that tool and when we started using it and how it's different from what we did before, other than being patently better.
Right, thank you. Yes, the Nagliari, which is the NNAT 3, it's the third version. We started using that last fall for our universal testing. And one of the reasons that we used that or switched over to using that from the COGAT previously is that as we advanced in some upper grades, words and some reading all of a sudden was introduced. So then therefore any child who didn't have the language of English or didn't have the vocabulary was automatically at a disadvantage. So with the NNAT3, there's absolutely no language involved at all. It is only the puzzles and pieces like you saw in the video. So it allows students who have not had that formal education or who speak another language, or it's all about the thinking and how they think and not necessarily academic knowledge. So we're able to really identify students who may not have been identified or may have been shut out because they didn't have formal education or did not have the language component that the COGAT had at different levels. So that's why we chose to switch over to actually help identify those students who are not historically being identified.
It's really exciting. Back to Scott's point, that's how we arrive at having a much broader and more accurate representation within TAG.
Right.
Joining on that, Dr. Constam, I think it's really wonderful that students can ask to be screened themselves, that there's a path for students to advocate if teachers or parents haven't done so. I thought that was really, really cool. And how long have we been allowing that for students to be the ones to sort of say, I'd like to be identified for TAG?
So that has been allowed. It's not as well known as it should be, right? And generally we're going to talk about more students at the secondary level doing that than perhaps elementary level, although certainly there are many elementary students that probably could share that they needed to be nominated, I feel sure, but we would see that more at a secondary level.
It's great. Any other thoughts or comments from my colleagues about the TAG lesson, Andrew?
I'll echo. I want the answers because I wrote down what I had. So send those out.
You got the answers to the math and to the
Andrew, are you nominating yourself?
Yeah.
And the image.
Could I be screened, please?
Yeah, a couple of those images I could not figure out, so I just skipped them. But I wasn't going to admit that publicly. But now I know.
No, but that was, I kept thinking, oh, they're going to give me the answers soon, right? They're like, pause if and I would write down my answer. Then I waited and it didn't happen, but I'm joking. No, I think the equity issues are really important. And I am glad to see we're doing that. I want to make sure we keep that focus and, all the different ways that we're identifying, whether it's, parents or students or teachers, identifying kids and the different ways we're assessing people. I mean, those numbers have to be, and we're making good progress. And we have to just keep pushing on that because it's a systemic issue. It's a systemic racist issue that's been going on for decades and decades, and it's time to undo it. And I'm just really glad that I'm working for a district that is focused on that. So thank you for that work.
Yeah, I want to know how close you could get to 326 or whatever that one was. I want to push back on one piece of it, or recognize and push back. So it's a yin yang here. And that was, I really appreciated the examples of how you could stay within a topic and go deeper and really challenge students who are ready for a bigger challenge. And I think that's the kind of thing, again, where you push those examples out for teachers to pick up, and they'll start creating, I'm sure a lot of them already created their own examples for stretching students. So sorry to be stupid. And I want to push back a bit. And I'll just, back in the Stone Age, we didn't have calculus in high school in Portland Public Schools. And they did, my senior year, make a PCC night course available just for PPS students.
So Scott, you're saying calculus had been invented, or was that even pre-calculus at that point?
Isaac Newton was in the class. So there you go. Smart guy.
Yeah. You set yourself up for it.
Well, yeah. But I had, all they offered in regular school was sort of advanced topics. And yeah, I learned some stuff, and yeah, I was challenged by some of it. But crikey, I was beyond ready for calculus, as were a number of other students. So I want to say that kind of deepening within is good. And we have students who are just ready for like a whole level more. And I don't want to lose that as well. And right now, to get that, for all intents and purposes, they have to go to Access. The kids who are 2, 3, 4 grade levels up in math. And I'm sure there are kids who aren't in Access who are ready for a real, a quantum leap more in some of the topics. So I appreciate how that can be maybe partially met with some of the examples, but I'm not sure if it can be totally met within that classroom. And it's a real, it's a debate among TAG advisory committee members about how far can you differentiate without getting more into a walk to math, walk to reading, where you're doing multi-age mixing, and the pros and cons of that as well. I'm saying there's maybe no easy answer there, but those are really topics that we need to explore further as a district. I am excited that Superintendent Guerrero said that as part of moving Access into its own building, that there will be a kind of a vision process attached to that. I know we're building this house one step at a time, one floor at a time. That's one piece of moving forward. That work can't happen all at once, but I'm glad to see that it's on the radar screen for us going forward.
Can I weigh in a little bit too? I want to echo everybody else's comments about all the work that has been done by staff to improve the provision of TAG services. I'm especially happy to hear that every teacher is now getting professional development opportunities. And this is an area that was relatively underdeveloped for a long time in PPS. So thank you for all the work that you've done and the progress that we've made. And in the spirit of continuous improvement, I just want to mention that I look forward to the day when PPS is able to expand the definition of TAG and giftedness to match what the National Association for Gifted Children defines as the 5 different domains of giftedness, because we're currently only responding to 2, and we are required by the state to only respond to 2, but the state allows districts to respond to the other 3, which are creative, artistic, and leadership. And I know we're not there yet, so please don't hear this as criticism in any way, but it would be, I think those 3 domains in particular really speak to the vision that we have adopted for PPS students. So I would hope that over the next few years, we would start thinking about how we could expand the services to address those other domains that we're currently not testing for, not looking for. I know that, having said all of that, I do know that, you know, teachers and counselors and, you know, educators are providing opportunities for students to develop in those areas. A huge amount of work has been done recently about artistic, but it would be, I think it would be helpful if we could have a kind of district-wide, more comprehensive definition of TAG to provide the infrastructure and support for those efforts. So anyway, thank you for all of this.
So I also want to just commend the good doctors here, Heimel and Smith, for a lot of progress in this area. I think you're right, Director Moore and others. You know, that's the beauty and the challenge of serving diverse learners. You can have your formal TAG programming, and it should be more inclusive of those other categories. But here's sort of the beautiful opportunity we have as we think about bringing on board and curating curricular materials, and we work on our pedagogy. How do you create open-ended performance tasks that creates inherently in the activity, and some of you noted this in the example, for kids to take it deeper, right? So, and how do we, in our visioning work, I'll use middle school redesign as an example, how do you personalize the learning into a plan so that students are able to pursue where they gravitate or have a particular passion or gift that we could help to uncover and cultivate. And so how do you create those exploratory wheels, those more project-based inquiries where kids can really shine? So there's a lot of opportunity there, but I know that this work in TAG will set an important foundation, you know, as part of a continuum as an educational program here in the district. And certainly we can have programs that will serve as demonstration sites and look forward to, you know, what we can create with the flagship coming soon. But how do we create those kinds of opportunities for every one of our students in the other domains, I think is the right question by the curriculum and the instruction and the rigor that we offer them.
Yeah, and just maybe a final comment. We know that the more differentiation there is across the spectrum of learners, that those varied teaching techniques and tools have spillover effects to students who aren't identified as special in some way or another. That's really important here. And our TAGAC members will remind us that Oregon is one of the lowest funded TAG states in the nation. I don't know if we're number 50, but we're maybe 49 or something like that down there. And that's, again, part of the issue for us going forward.
All right, thank you so much, Aurora and Linda, and to all the TAG department staff that were part of that video. It was a really great job. Aurora, did you want to add something?
I just wanted to say thank you for your support and your ideas, and we're just really excited to keep working towards the superintendent's vision. So thank you for having us.
Chair Lowry, can I jump in? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was nodding and doing my thumb, but not vigorously enough.
I'll just keep it brief because I know everybody else has really provided, I think, some great observations and perspectives. And besides, I think I was playing dodgeball when Ailey, you were doing your writing. So I'm all for Dr. Moore's looking at those other areas of brilliance. I think the thing I want to just say is I really appreciate the opportunity to learn in a different way. I thought you guys did a great job of presenting the material. And I will say, as a parent, the whole tag thing is a mystery. So, I mean, this was obviously presented for or created for us as a board, but I'm wondering if there's a way to present something that's really understandable for parents, because I think every parent thinks their child is brilliant. And it's all kind of a mystery, and it's like what parents know how to get their kids in. And I think it would be a great service to parents in multiple languages to share the material. So that's one thing. And then the second piece is, I'll just say, in 2001, when I first ran for the board, the very first person who called me when it was in the paper that I was running was a very active tag parent, talking about the lack of progress in the district. And as I was watching the video, I saw pieces of a system and foundational things that are going to really help our students who in the past, because it was less of a system or wasn't a system, we didn't catch them all, or we didn't catch them equitably. So thanks for helping build the system. I mean, I just think back, you know, the progress that's being made, and thank you for that. I learned a lot.
So thank you all very much for allowing us to share some highlights about TAG and kind of sharing some basic information so that you can share it with your constituents. And Vitosas and I and my data clerk really appreciated this opportunity. So we want to thank you again for your time. It's been great.
Thank you. All right, we are not going to have any more asynchronous learning for the rest of the year, because we are going to have staff focusing on reopening. So our asynchronous learning will come back to us in the summer and fall. I know we as board members get a little break as well, but we will continue to delve into learning topics in the future. But just know we don't have any on the docket at this moment to honor staff time as we think about all that it's going to take to get everything back and ready for our students. So thank you all for your work, not just in creating this for us tonight, but also in all the work you're doing as you prepare for return. All right, we are on to our other business and our committee referrals. I have one item which I had emailed out to the board ahead of time, which is that we wanted to talk about in-person board meetings. And so the question is, what do we need to consider as we begin in-person board meetings? And I did get a couple notes from folks. One is that Multnomah County recommends remote work if possible still at this time, that no PPS buildings are currently open to the public. Sector risk level chart doesn't exactly cover local government meetings, but the closest is 50% occupancy or 100 people, whichever is less. That 6 feet distancing and masks are still in play for adults. And that BESC building is governed by OSHA rules because it's an office. And that not all PPS BESC staff have been fully vaccinated. What other things do we need to consider as we begin in-person board meetings?
One thing I would say is that we should consider that we all are going to have individual comfort levels with coming back, and that we should be comfortable with that. Because it could be somebody may not be comfortable to come back till, you know, next spring for a whole variety of reasons. And I think it's going to be important that we recognize and accept that, and that, you know, we need to just adjust to be flexible without being judgmental.
I'm going to take notes of this and I'll email it out to the board after this meeting. What other things do we need to be considering as we think about returning to in-person board meetings?
Yeah, just to repeat the state and county regulations and guidance. And also I wouldn't want to put staff at risk especially if they're not vaccinated, or any of us. Well, maybe Andrew, I don't know. I'm just getting back at him because he got me earlier.
Because he called you old, he asked if calculus was invented. Yeah, I don't think we should joke about people getting a deadly disease, though.
I guess I would be curious about any of the considerations of a hybrid approach, the technological considerations. So if some of us are in person, some of us board members are in person, some are not, some staff members are present, some are not, do we have the capabilities to manage all that?
I'm a guest.
Yeah, Roseanne had sent out an email saying that one of the thoughts was to have us each at our own devices with headphones on and masks at the dais. And so there is the ability to have, we would all have to still use our laptops, and some of us could be in person at the BESC building, but we would still then each need to use a device. So it wouldn't be like 4 of us would be at a regular meeting and then the rest of us would be at home. We'd all still be on this screen, and that's what the public would see. And members of the public would give their testimony remotely. We wouldn't be opening it for public in-person testimony. We wouldn't be reopening to have public attend the meetings. My biggest concern is staff risk. That, if you look right now at this, we've got 15 people in the attendees. And those are all staff who are here excitedly watching us as we continue to meet. And I don't know, if unless they're student-facing staff, they haven't been vaccinated. And so I know our staff is super dedicated and would want to show up and be present and be committed. But I'm concerned about them being in a place of putting their health at risk. So that would be one of my cautions as we move forward. But
just a query about that. Wouldn't, if we were doing what was just described with the laptop and the headset, like they wouldn't have to actually be there though, right?
Right.
I mean, and that model.
Yeah, and that's what we would encourage. I'm also, I kind of want to go back because I'd like to at least bang the gavel one time as chair, You can
have a gavel at home.
I know, I do. My daughter has a gavel. I should just borrow it from her. But, if we're having to wear masks if we're sitting in the BESC and we're wearing masks, I wonder how that's going to be for the public or for those folks who are at home. So what do you guys think about that?
So, the basic question is, what do we gain by meeting in person? And I think it's pretty minimal. When we meet virtually, there's always little snags here and there that are inevitable in terms of the technology. I don't know that it impacts our functioning all that much, but maybe others have a different view on that. And Nathaniel has his hand up, so.
Go, Nathaniel.
Yeah, so of course, I wouldn't want to put staff or board members at risk, and I want to be mindful of public health guidelines. And in fact, I, for one, have yet to be vaccinated. However, I think leadership by example is also important, and that if we are reopening schools for many of our students, including older and non-vaccinated high schoolers, we really ought to consider doing likewise ourselves as a governing body.
Well, I think Scott's question is a good one. I think we can say that students going back into the classroom gain that social connection, ability to engage with their teacher. What do we gain other than the leadership by example question, which I think is a valid one? What else do we gain by returning to in-person meetings?
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. I'm sort of with Nathaniel on it, and I have thought a lot about this because I feel like just in my other professional life, I haven't been with my team for a year, and I think there is a big loss. There's a lot of informal interactions that happen and conversations that are less intentional and just more by happenstance. And I think there is an element to our work that is done better in person. And I say that, I know it's like, that's not saying like, hey, you know, tomorrow we need to be back, but I just think, I do think a virtual meeting is lesser than a in-person meeting.
So and I don't say this, I want to acknowledge that. I think the formal meeting, there isn't that much of a difference. To me, I totally miss going to BESC and just walking around, hanging out, connecting with staff, and occasionally board members as well, but mostly staff for that informal conversations. What are you working on? That kind of piece I totally miss. And I miss that in my work life, those informal conversations. But I don't know that having a formal in-person meeting gets us there, as opposed to, you know, having a cup of coffee virtually or spaced in person with another board member, just as an informal, hey, what are you thinking about these days kind of conversation.
I think for me, the most important thing is that we're following the scientific recommendations, and we've done that for school reopening. And I think we've done it well for school reopening. And I think I am really excited to get back to meeting in person. And I think as soon as CDC and OHA and Multnomah County say in-person meetings of adults, you know, are okay, as long as you've got these mitigation measures in place, then we should move forward with it. I don't think we should do it prior to that. Just like we didn't reopen schools, you know, prior to the guidance, you know, saying that it was safe. So for me, it's just following those same principles we followed from the beginning.
So Ailey, can you give us your thinking or the current thinking about how we are going to make this decision?
A great question. So I had made the decision that we would come back for the April 27th meeting, the meeting I wanted us to wait till after school reopened. We had talked about coming back for this meeting, but knew we couldn't pull off the logistics. And then I've had several colleagues say, I'm not sure that's the right timing. What would it look like? And so we just wanted to have this conversation of what all do we need to be considering. I'm not sure, Liz, correct me if I'm wrong, if we can really meet. I mean, I think, yeah.
You can't have the public in the meeting in the sense of the normal meeting that you want to have under the current guidance. Can you sit masked 6 feet apart in the same space? Yes, the guidance is only do it if you have to. And the BESC is office space. So I think that's the guidance. So it's not mandatory, but it's recommended that if you can work remotely, you do that.
So for me, I mean, hearing that, it's I'd like to go back into the space, but I don't think we're there yet. As far as I'm not sure that the purpose of us being back is worth the time and energy that it would take to pull it off, and that the quality of our meeting, I don't think we would get. I totally agree with you, Julia. It felt like Michelle and I always had to go to the bathroom at the same time. So we'd often have these little chats in the bathroom, like during meetings, you know? And so I just missed that. I missed like just joking around with Michelle, or, you know, after a meeting when we all chat and kind of process. We don't do that anymore.
Like when you
all those
material?
What?
Like when you'd steal my materials next to me?
Yes. If you haven't had the pleasure to sit next to Julia, she always has a huge stack of materials, and I would just start thinking they were mine during the meeting and steal them. Or I used to steal Rita's pencils too. But I just miss that relationship piece, those conversations we could have. I miss seeing our staff and connecting with them, like you said, Scott. But I'm not sure that going back where we're all on devices, masked, socially distant in a room, helps us to continue to do our work of a public facing meeting that's transparent. So you know, this is going to be a continued conversation, Amy. I haven't made a final decision. it's kind of weighing, you know, what Liz just said about that advice of work remotely unless you have to go back. We don't have to go back. And while I understand, Nathaniel, what you said about leading by example and that, you know, we're reopening for students, that the science is different. The CDC recommendations, the OSHA recommendations are different for high schoolers than they are for adults. Scott, were you going to add something?
Just that if we were meeting with masks, seeing a person's face, all of it is part of communication. And that if we're wearing a mask, there's actually a subtraction from communication. Yeah, you hear the words, but the face is part of the communication as well that we absorb a lot of times unconsciously.
Well,
So,
I think one of my gifts is over emoting on Zoom. I do a lot of smiling and nodding. So y'all would miss out on all the smiles if I was wearing a mask. But I think, I mean, I think
that's an argument for going back and meeting in person.
Yeah. You won't be distracted by all the crazy cartoon faces I make. I think that we need to continue this conversation. I think it's important that we do eventually return. I think it's something we're going to work on. I think we want to wait till we've reopened schools because that's where we want our staff focus to be. We have talked to Terry and the kind of communications people, and outside is not an option because of having to broadcast to the public and the sound issues. So we did talk about what would it look like if in, you know, say May, we met outdoors in a space at one of our fields. So we're continuing to try to come up with a way to meet that's safe, that continues to have the value of the meetings, and make sure that we are, you know, doing our work as a publicly transparent body, leading by example. Nathaniel, Julia, connecting with one another in those informal ways. I love you all, but I'm really tired of Zoom, so I would like us to be back. So I haven't made that, we haven't made a final decision, but it is one we'll make together as a group.
One thing I think we should consider, I mean, I think we all did what we needed to do. You know, we've never been through a pandemic before, but I do think that having the possibility that board members could have an office that they could be at the meeting, like at the meeting virtually from, because you know, I know it's a challenge. Having a quiet room, just, you know, what's in the background. You know, and we don't have the benefit like the superintendent of being, you know, in an office setting, which I think, you know, I would prefer versus, you know, being in my house at a meeting.
Yeah, I'm in my spare bedroom, so. Yes, I will continue to have this conversation. I know that staff has been listening attentively to this, and we'll continue to try to find a way to meet together again in person and find some logistical answers that will make that a high level meeting that does all the things we need it to do. So thank you for your input. Is there anything else before we adjourn tonight? Nathaniel?
I was wondering if it had been discussed whether or not we can meet at one of our other sites, like say in a high school auditorium or something.
Yes, so we could meet, so the BESC, if we meet at the dais, we can fit 5 people. If we were to meet at a high school or somewhere else like that, we'd have to still wear the masks, do the headphones, and have the devices. So then we also run into you know, just logistical issues about everyone bringing their device and does everyone have headphones? But yes, we have talked about that, and that is an option we're exploring as well. So, yes. All right, anything else before we adjourn? Okay, thank you everybody for a robust conversation on lots of different topics tonight. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on April 12th, and this meeting is now adjourned. Remember that we do have agenda setting tomorrow at 11. So if you're a board member and you have an item for agenda setting, make sure you email that to Roseanne and I tonight. Thank you, everyone. Good evening.
Good night.